Chapter 83, The Queen of Love and Beauty. Highgarden, 295 AC. Jon had hoped to speak with his uncle after the meeting, but he noticed something was troubling Margaery. After promising his uncle that he would talk to him as soon as he was finished, he followed Margaery and Olenna to Olenna's room. He tried to reassure her on the way, but despite her smile, she never seemed to relax. Once inside the room, he took a seat and felt a pang of disappointment when he saw that Margaery sat closer to her grandmother than to him. His concern bubbled over, and when he spoke, his tone was harsher than he intended. "What's going on?" he asked. Margaery looked at him, startled, and he instinctively shrank back in his chair. "Margaery, please, what is it?" he asked, his voice softer this time. "Are you competing in the joust?" she asked nervously. "I am, me and Loras both." "Why?" "And if I asked you not to?" she replied, her fear evident. "I don't understand. Why would you not want me to compete?" "Littlefinger," Olenna interjected, drawing Jon's attention. "My lady?" he asked, confused. "Lord Baelish met me outside my room." "What he said, Jon, how he said it. I believe he has plans against you in the joust." "What did he say?" Jon asked, struggling to keep his anger in check. Thankfully, it was Olenna who continued. "He tried to suggest he was bringing this," she said, holding up a piece of paper and handing it to him. "From that spoiled prince as an apology. He claims we were all mistaken, that he's not a sadistic little brat, but a hero trying to protect my granddaughter," Olenna said with a derisive snort. "And about the joust?" Jon asked, his heart racing. "That perhaps, given your age, you shouldn't compete." "One never knows what may happen," Olenna replied. Jon took a deep breath to calm himself before moving closer to Margaery. He knelt in front of her chair, took her hand, and looked up into her eyes. "Margaery," he said gently, "he can't influence me. The joust won't be influenced in any way. We can change the draw at the last moment, so he has no say in it. I can have him watch to make sure he doesn't get a chance to speak to whoever I'm facing." "I don't want you to compete, Jon," she said, her eyes filled with concern. He glanced at Olenna, who nodded in support before pulling Margaery into his arms. "Do you trust me?" he whispered. "You know I do," she replied. "I promise I'll be safe. I need to do this, Margaery. Loras needs to as well. But I swear, we'll both come out unharmed. If I even think there's any danger, I'll cheat." She stepped back, looking at him with curiosity. "Cheat?" "I'll warg into my opponent's horse and make it run away," he explained. She raised an eyebrow, a smirk forming on her lips. "You can do that?" "Of course I can. If I feel that either Loras or I are in danger, just prepare to laugh," he said, and her smile grew wider. "I mean, what could be funnier than seeing a horse suddenly take off in a completely different direction?" he added, finally earning a laugh from her. "Promise me you won't take any risks?" she asked, her expression serious. "I promise." He hugged her again, then stood and walked over to the table, handing Olenna back the note he hadn't even bothered to read, knowing it wasn't Joffrey's writing. He mouthed to her that they would talk later, then returned to Margaery. "I think it's time we head to our beds," Olenna said, and he nodded in agreement. "I need to speak to my uncle." "Can we meet before you break your fast tomorrow?" he asked Margaery, who nodded eagerly. "Lady Olenna, Margaery," he said, then exited the room. As soon as he turned the corner, he opened his hand, surprised to find no blood there. He had pressed his fingers hard against his palm while he spoke. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and reached out for Ghost. The white wolf was hunting alongside some of the pack, Grey Wind, Lya, and Nymeria, while Dusk, Summer, and Fawn rested in their rooms. "Protect the pack," he whispered, feeling the white wolf's agreement resonate within him. He knew he would visit Margaery's room upon his return. "Jon, Arthur asked, and Jon shook his head, signaling that there was nothing to worry about. We need to speak with my uncle. I'll explain everything later, Jon said, and Arthur nodded as they made their way to his uncle's room. Littlefinger hadn't directly threatened him. In fact, he doubted the man had even made such a threat toward Margaery. However, he had managed to tap into a fear that she undoubtedly harbored. Given Willis's injury, she and her family would be anxious about Loras competing. Jon was concerned too. Littlefinger had struck a nerve, but the question remained, why? Jon was well aware of Littlefinger's feelings toward him. The man had once arranged for his death. But Jon doubted Littlefinger would attempt anything here. It was too risky to manipulate the lists and ensure a specific opponent. He could try something with Winter or his gear, but Jon would sense it immediately. No, Littlefinger wasn't actually trying to harm him, he was simply preying on Margaery's fears. Then it hit him, Littlefinger knew. He either knew about them or at least suspected something. Jon recalled Olenna's words and felt foolish for not considering it sooner. As he reached his uncle's door and knocked, he pushed those thoughts aside. He had plenty of time to deal with Littlefinger, and he suspected it would be much easier than what he was about to face. Jon, his uncle greeted as he entered the room. Uncle, Jon replied, stepping inside. He noticed his uncle's eager yet nervous expression, while Jon himself felt only the latter. I didn't want to tell you this or discuss it with you. I had hoped you would never need to find out. This is what we spoke of in the God's Wood, his uncle asked. Aye, it is. Tell me, Jon, his uncle said determinedly. Jon sighed, preparing to share everything. He began recounting the attack in the Riverlands, explaining that the men were associates and had been paid for by Edmure. He revealed that they believed Lady Catelyn had asked her brother to arrange it. Jon, you cannot know this. You cannot be certain of this. On this, no. But on what happened in the West, there is no doubt. Jon. He then told his uncle about Bronn, how Richard was watching Littlefinger, and how he had seen Lady Catelyn with him. He explained the plan that was taking shape, detailing how Richard arranged for their man to be hired and how Littlefinger used one of his brothel managers as the go-between. As he described the deception and the reason behind it, how Edmure had expressed his pleasure and raised a toast to Jon's death, he noticed his uncle's expression change dramatically. How have you let them live? Gods, Jon, I'm sorry, His uncle stammered, shaking his head. You have nothing to be sorry about, uncle. She is my wife, Jon. She is my wife, and Uncle. How can you be so calm about this? How are you not screaming it out loud? We've just ordered the deaths of how many men? Why are you not doing the same here, Littlefinger, Edmure, Cat? I don't. Jon. His uncle's voice held anger, but there was also hurt and confusion. For 300 years, people have plotted to kill my family, uncle. They've sought to end our line. A line that, as of now, consists of me, an aunt somewhere in Essos, an aged uncle stuck at a wall of ice, and a sister who's somehow a dragon. For 300 years, my family has been killed off, manipulated, drawn into wars, and conspired against. Even now, I don't know the full extent of what was the Maester's fault and what was our own hubris. Jon. You think I haven't thought of it? I've thought about taking Littlefinger down, about bringing Riverrun and House Tully to their knees. I'm a dragon, uncle, of course, I've thought about it. Then why haven't you? Because I'm not just a dragon, I'm a wolf too. Littlefinger will pay when it serves my interests, and Edmure will pay when it serves me best. And Cat? His uncle asked, worry etched on his face. She's the mother of my brothers and sisters. If I hurt her, I hurt them. While it may be unavoidable, I'm trying, uncle. I'm trying. He shook his head. I'm trying to figure out how it could be. They sat in silence for a few moments, each unsure of what to say. neither wanting to be the first to break the stillness. Finally, it was his uncle who spoke. "They can't know," his uncle said firmly. "I know. A part of me wants to ride to Riverrun, drag them both out, and take their damn heads myself." "You can't, uncle. If you see her, you can't speak of this." "I know. You want me to be a wolf," his uncle said, looking at him intently. "You are a wolf, uncle." Jon stood up from his chair and walked over, placing a hand on his uncle's shoulder. He felt his uncle's hand reach out to touch his own, and after a brief nod, he turned to walk toward the door. "You shouldn't have had to face this, Jon. This life shouldn't have been yours." "It's the only life I could have had, uncle," he replied, a soft smile gracing his lips as he thought of Rhaenys words. "I am here for you, Jon. Always." "I know, and I'm truly grateful for it, uncle. Good night." "Good night, nephew." Highgarden, 295 AC, Genna sat back, savoring the tea. She felt a sense of relief knowing that Lady Alerie was no longer in the dark. She liked the woman and believed it was wrong for her to be kept from the truth. Discovering that she was now aware was a source of happiness for Genna. The tea had started off innocently enough, but soon the conversation turned to her niece. "Grandnephew," she thought, realizing Jaime had been right all along, the war had always been on the horizon. "Ladies, I'm glad you could all join me today," Alerie said warmly. "We're most happy to be invited, sister," Lyness replied. "And my nephew?" "He's with his cousin, being looked after by my good sisters," Lyness explained, glancing at Daisy, who seemed surprisingly relaxed to be away from Joanna, even if just for a few moments. "How are you enjoying the tourney, Lady Genna?" Alerie inquired. "Apart from the race, I'm enjoying it very much," Genna responded. "What's wrong? Did you bet on the wrong horse?" Daisy chuckled, which made Genna laugh too. "No, only someone who hasn't seen Jon ride would bet against him. No offense to the other riders, but only my niece could have given him a match today." "Your niece?" Lady Olenna asked, intrigued. "Joy. She's the closest I've ever seen to him. He's had her up on a horse since she was far too young for it," Genna said with a smile. "Speaking of Jon," Lady Alerie interjected, "I take it everyone here is aware of certain truths?" She looked relieved when everyone nodded. "We are, my lady," Daisy confirmed. "Please, let's use names here. I'm all for formality when it's proper, but by the gods, if it's not a chore," Alerie said, prompting laughter from the group. "Thank the old gods for that, Alerie," Maege said, sharing a smile with the other woman. "Does everyone know about Jon and my daughter?" Alerie asked, and they all nodded in agreement. "They are good together. They'll be the king and queen we need," Aleria remarked. "Better than the king and queen we have, anyway," Olenna added, eliciting a few chuckles. "Genna, forgive me, but your niece's son, the other two, Myrcella and Tommen, they seem a different sort?" Maege questioned. "Cersei was always spoiled." "No, that's not quite right, we all were. She was, and she is, a law unto herself. She's always thought herself above everyone else, far above. Seems to be something she has allowed her son to believe as well," Olenna remarked. "There is more than that wrong with that boy." "Forgive me, Genna, but you know it's true," she added. "I know. It was my niece he tried to attack, Olenna. He's lucky I wasn't there at the time. Had I been, then Geryon would have been fighting for me and not a wolf," Genna replied, prompting laughter from the group. "Ladies, we can't do much about the crown now, but we have a chance to make a difference in the future," Alerie said, catching Olenna by surprise. "Alerie?" Olenna questioned, raising an eyebrow. "Jon, Margaery, you all know what they accomplished in Flea Bottom. Genna, I know your nephews and brother have been responsible for a lot of the trouble, but isn't it Jon who has helped the small folk improve their lives?" "He is," Genna acknowledged. "The coin, the improvements, trade, some of it would have happened without him, but yes, Castamere and the ships have changed things. He's doing the same in the north, Bear Island, White Harbor, even Wintertown, Maege chimed in. Daisy, her daughter, seemed puzzled and asked, Wintertown? It's been built up. More people are moving there, it's becoming a proper town, soon to be a city, Maege explained. That's my point, ladies. With Jon and my daughter, they already want to make changes. I have no doubt that when they're on the throne, they will continue to do so, Alerie stated. What is your point, Alerie? Olenna asked, sounding grumpy. My point is that we have a chance to be influential in some of those changes. Margaery will listen, Jon will listen. We'll have a king and queen who care. Shouldn't we care as well? Shouldn't we play a role in the changing of the realm? As Alerie walked down the corridor, she smiled. For a woman who claimed not to care for politics, she had a knack for them. She had touched on something they had not considered before. Ares was mad, given how he treated Rhaegar, he would never listen to her suggestions. Robert and Cersei was different. Even if Robert had been, Cersei was not someone who would do anything to help the realm. Margaery, however, felt that Jon was someone who listened. Jon himself might not always take suggestions to heart, he could choose a different path, but he heard them out. And if Margaery was right, he would accept the truth. They had more than just a chance of having a good king and queen, they had the potential to effect real change, and that thought excited her. Is my niece inside? She asked the Kingsguard as she reached the door. Her Grace asked not to be interrupted, the expressionless man replied. I think she'll see me, Margaery said, leaving no room for doubt. She watched as the man knocked and then entered the room. It took a few moments for her niece to prepare, and when Margaery was finally allowed in, she could already smell the wine. Her niece greeted her with slurred words. Aunt, it's so good to see you. I've been meaning to catch up. Have you indeed? I've come for one reason and one reason only, niece, to tell you to get a grip on that boy of yours. Do it before someone else does, she said, her voice laced with anger. How dare you? I am your queen. You are the same spoiled little girl you've always been. Yet, despite it all, you were never unnecessarily cruel or violent. That was my niece your monster of a son pulled a knife on, my very own cousin. And as for whoever put that fool blunt up to what he tried to do to my brother, gods, if your father were alive to see that. Father would have stood up for Joffrey. He was in the right. That wolf scarred him, it scarred my boy. Scarred? Where is he? Let me see this scar you're so concerned about. And if you think your father would have approved of what Joffrey did, then you're further gone than I thought. Prince or no prince, your father would have punished that boy, not coddled him. All of you. You're all in this together. I'm a Lannister too, and yet you've all left me. Me alone, Cersei whined. Maybe if you acted like a Lannister, we wouldn't be in this situation. Mark my words, Cersei, if one hair on my niece's head is harmed, if that boy of yours even looks at her the wrong way, I'll show you the meaning of our words. Believe me, niece, you do not want to hear me roar. She watched as her niece huffed, then reached for the wine glass. Shaking her head, she left the room and walked further down the corridor, hoping the fat stag was only drunk and not entertaining when she reached his quarters. Ser Barristan, is his grace presentable? She asked. The knight smirked and nodded. He is, Lady Genna, if you'd wait a moment. She waited until the knight returned and escorted her into the room. The fat stag was indeed drunk, but he seemed to be in good spirits and at least capable of speech, which she welcomed. Your Grace, she said, biting her tongue as she curtsied to the false king. Lady Genna, to what do I owe this pleasure? He asked, meaning anything but. I was wondering, Your Grace, with the joust tomorrow, if I might be allowed to escort my grandniece and nephew. I'm sure my children would love to meet the prince and princess, and they might have more fun sitting with other children than being alone. That sounds like a good idea. Barristan, see to it that Horp knows Myrcella and Tommen will be accompanying Lady Genna to the joust tomorrow. I will, Your Grace, Ser Barristan replied. I thank you, Your Grace, she said, curtsying once more as she turned to leave. Jon wished for Tommen to be his squire, and Myrcella would soon be marrying Brandon Stark. It was time she paid more attention to her grandniece and nephew. Perhaps, with a bit of luck, she could arrange for them to visit the rock as well. Highgarden, 295 AC, Joy. She had laughed at the others in the crowd when they speculated about who would win the race. Only apples could beat winter, and even then, only when Jon let her. One day, she would beat him for real. Sometimes he let her win, but she knew she could easily defeat all the others. She had even asked her father to let her race, but he wouldn't allow it. When she saw Jon leading the pack, she cheered, and soon everyone else joined in. She had spotted him first, she knew he would win. That night, when he read her a story, he promised that they could have a proper race when they returned to the rock, and he wouldn't cheat and let her win. She almost wished she could leave right then. She missed apples and Balon, and unlike the other night, Ghost wasn't with her. But she wasn't scared of the prince anymore. Dusk had bitten him, and her father had fought to save him. She felt so relieved and happy when he won, just as he and Jon had promised. Now, as she dressed for the joust, she wondered if she would receive flowers again. Her cousin had given them to her last time, but she thought he might give them to Lady Dacey or Joanna if he won again. Yesterday's joust had been dull, no one she knew was riding, but today would be different. Even Jon and Loras were set to ride, and she looked forward to it much more. Do you want your hair up, Lady Joy? Mara asked. Yes, please, she replied, and the woman began to tie her hair up. All done, Mara said a few moments later. Joy smiled at her reflection in the looking glass before heading to break her fast. As she entered the room, she noticed one of the king's guards standing at her table. Was her father in trouble? Was Jon? She looked around but didn't see Jon, Cregan, or Loras. Just as she was about to leave, Aunt Genna called her over. Taking a deep breath, she walked to the table, repeating to herself, I am Lady Joy Hill. I'm not afraid. Then she stopped, seeing the blonde boy and girl sitting at the table, both looking at her. Joy, this is Princess Myrcella and Prince Tommen will be joining us today, Lady Joy announced with a smile. Your Grace, she said, curtsying first to Myrcella and then to Tommen. Lady Joy, the princess replied, returning the smile. As she settled down at the table, Joy glanced at her aunt, who was beaming at her, and then at the prince and princess, who were watching her closely. She knew she had to engage them. Will we have candied apples today, Auntie? Joy asked eagerly. Maybe, her aunt responded. Candied apples are delicious, Princess, she added, grinning at Myrcella, who smiled back. And pen nuts too. Do you like pen nuts? Joy turned to Tommen, who looked a bit confused. She quickly explained how tasty pen nuts were. As she enjoyed her meal, she noticed that both the princess and the prince liked to play as well. Just as she was about to stop her little game, Ghost entered the room, followed by the king's guard, who seemed friendly until Tommen made a noise. Ghost, come here, she called, and the wolf trotted over to her. She reached for a sausage from the plate and said, Ghost loves sausages. Yummy, Ghost, as the wolf happily devoured the treat. Joy reached for another when Jon walked in and took his seat. There you are. I should have known you'd run here, Jon said to Ghost before turning to her. Morning, Joy. Morning, Jon, Prince and Princess Jon, she replied with a teasing smirk, nodding toward Myrcella and Tommen. Forgive me, where are my manners? Jon said, rolling his eyes at her. Prince Tommen, Princess Myrcella, it's an honor. As she leaned down to give Ghost another sausage, Joy couldn't help but giggle. You're Jon, right? You won the race? Tommen asked, his eyes wide with excitement. Jon nodded. I did, my prince. Though it was really Winter who won, I just held on. I had to, or I would have fallen off. Tommen and Myrcella giggled at Jon's words. Is Ghost yours, Ser Jon? Myrcella inquired, and Joy wondered why she called him Ser. Jon wasn't a knight, he was just Jon. This lazy wolf? Jon chuckled. Indeed, he's mine, but to be honest. She sat up as he leaned in closer and whispered, he's anyone's as long as they feed him sausages. Want to give it a try? Both the prince and princess nodded eagerly. I don't think that's a good idea, Your Grace, the Kingsguard cautioned Myrcella. I give you my word, Ser Richard. Ghost won't harm the prince or princess. I swear it on my honor, Jon assured him. The Kingsguard nodded, and Jon encouraged the young royals to grab a sausage and feed Ghost. By the time the others arrived, both the prince and princess were laughing as Ghost licked their hands when they paused from feeding him. Jon then began chatting with them about the day's jousting. They had finished eating, yet no one seemed eager to leave the table until the others did. Joy noticed Jon speaking to Sansa and Arya, then to Cregan, before he and Loras stood up to go. Cregan will get you your pen nuts, Joy. I'll see you later, my prince, my princess, he said as he departed. Joy felt a wave of happiness that Ghost was staying with them instead of going with him. Is Ser Jon not taking Ser Ghost with him? Tommen asked. She shook her head. Ghost likes pen nuts too, Tommen. He giggled at that. Once they finished, they prepared to ride to the tourney grounds. It wasn't far, and Joy was glad that Myrcella and Tommen were joining them. Upon arrival, she was pleasantly surprised to find they would be sitting together. As they took their seats, excitement bubbled within her as she anticipated the joust. Loras and Jon wouldn't be riding for a while, but Oberyn would, and Jaime as well. She had plenty of people to cheer for. Pen nut, Ghost, she said, tossing a peanut to the wolf. He gobbled it down quickly, looking to her for more. Pen nut, Ser Ghost? Tommen said softly a moment later. When the wolf turned his gaze to him, Tommen tossed him a peanut, laughing as Ghost devoured it too. Highgarden, 295 AC. Ned. He had not. He had slept well, or at least that was what he wanted to believe. The truth was, he hadn't slept at all. The weight of Jon's words hung heavy in his mind, and facing the reality of the situation had been almost unbearable. After Jon left, he rushed to the privy and emptied the contents of his stomach, retching as bile rose in his throat. When he finally lay down on his bed, he tried to clear his mind, but found it impossible. Deep down, he had known the truth all along, the letters, the ravens, what Luwin had said, and what the Blackfish had not revealed. House Tully had attempted to kill his nephew, they had played a part in the deaths of his brother and sister. If he had access to dragons like his nephew, he would have had no hesitation in seeing Riverrun engulfed in flames. He needed to learn the truth about the Blackfish. There was no way he would allow his son to be squired to a man who played a role in this, though deep down, he knew the Blackfish was innocent. Still, he took a walk to Jon's room and found Arthur and Walder on guard. Leaning closer to the knight, he asked for a moment to speak. Arthur left Walder at the door, and they walked to a small garderobe, ensuring they wouldn't be overheard. Once they were alone, he asked, "Is the Blackfish part of it?" "No," Arthur replied. "We think he may have suspected something, maybe even known afterward. He argued with his nephew and your wife, but as far as we can tell, he is not involved, nor did he approve." He let out a sigh of relief. "He wishes to squire Bran. Jon knows this, Stark, and he approves. So you think I should allow it? I believe the Blackfish is a good man. Out of all that family, he's the only one who ever was. I didn't know," he said, shaking his head. I know that, but you still did wrong by him and by your sister. I know. I'm trying to make amends. That, and the fact that you're his kin, is why you still breathe. Stark, Arthur said as he left the room. He wasn't in the mood for breakfast that morning. While his children enjoyed their meal, he remained in his chamber, contemplating his thoughts. He might have spent the entire day there, even with the jousts taking place, if Jonelle hadn't come to speak with him. What's wrong, Ned? She asked, concern etched on her face. Many things. I wish I could talk about it, and maybe someday I will, but not today, he replied, relieved when she accepted his words without pressing further. We're getting ready to leave, she informed him. Could you ask Robb and Sansa to come see me? I'll bring them with me, and we can meet the rest of you there. I can do that. Are you sure you're well, Ned? She said, reaching out to touch his arm gently. I am, Elle. Thank you. We'll speak later, he assured her, and she nodded before departing. He had postponed this conversation long enough. He knew both of his children were eager to understand why he had set Cat aside, and he wanted to find the right words, something that wouldn't tarnish their view of their mother. He didn't want to drive a wedge between them, even if it felt like Cat was doing that on her own. Given what he now knew, he needed them to understand the situation clearly. The truth, but not the whole truth, he thought as his children entered the room. Robb, Sansa, take a seat. We need to discuss your mother. To say it was difficult would be an understatement. He shared with them the things she had said about Jon, watching as both of them looked unsurprised. He wondered if she had been saying similar things to them too. Sansa's letter had hinted at it, but still, he questioned. When he revealed the betrothal, something Robb hadn't known about, along with how long their mother had been away from home, and what she had said upon her return, the shock on their faces was evident. She came to me in White Harbor and argued against Winifred and me, saying it was part of Jon's plan, Robb said, catching Ned off guard. It was the same when she was here, Jon. The Tyrells, all of them were plotting against us, all of them trying to take Winterfell from us. Robb, do you remember what she said about Jon and the wolves? Sansa shook her head, drawing Robb's attention. About the wolves? He asked, confusion crossing his face. When we thought Jon had died, when we received the ravens, I was so upset. She comforted me, but later, as I slept in Fawn, I heard her wishing them dead, just like she did Jon. Robb gasped at the mention of Jon but found himself fixated on the part about Fawn. When you were in Fawn, you're a warg? He asked, his curiosity piqued. We all are. Haven't you had wolf dreams? Sansa replied. I have, but... I have too. But you can control it? Robb asked eagerly. Jon taught me how, and once you know, it's easy. Sansa closed her eyes. Fawn is waiting with Grey Wind and Lya. They're at the end of the corridor, playing with Jory. Wait, you just did it? Robb asked, shocked. Father? He continued, considering the implications. We can speak to Jon about this later. If he taught you, then he could help us too. Robb nodded, but then hesitated. About your mother. I understand, Father. She's still my mother, but I get it, Sansa responded, her voice steady. I'm sorry, Robb said, and Sansa rose to hug him. It's not you who should be sorry, Father, she assured him, and he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Come on, we'll be late. Your brother is competing in a joust of all things, he said, eliciting laughter from both his children. They decided to walk to the tourney grounds, the wolves running ahead of them. As they approached, Robb spotted a man he had no desire to see, someone he had avoided since arriving. He noticed Sansa looking at him strangely before she closed her eyes, and he wondered if she was reaching out to her wolf. Ah, Lord Stark, Lord Robb, Lady Sansa. I'm so glad I bumped into you. I was just heading to the tourney, Littlefinger said, and Ned felt certain that was a lie. He had been waiting. He wasn't sure if it was for himself or for his children. Just as he was about to push past, the wolves arrived. He watched as they growled, the man began to sweat, and surprisingly, Sansa smirked. "Robb, Sansa, why don't you go to our seats?" "I'll be along in a moment," their father said. "Yes, father." "Lord Baelish," Sansa replied curtly. Then she, Robb, and the wolves quickly walked away. He noticed Littlefinger watching them leave, then turning back to him with a smile. "Strange animals, wolves," Littlefinger remarked. "Pack animals, Lord Baelish. You should be wary of animals that hunt in packs. I've seen them tear an elk to pieces in moments." "Have you ever seen the size of a fully grown elk?" he said, relishing the fact that the man's smirk had vanished. "I had hoped to speak to the children. Lady Catelyn and I are very close. I'm sure she'd love to know what her children have been up to," Littlefinger replied. "Indeed. Well, you've spoken to them." "If my wife wishes to know about them, she can write," he stated. "Cat was always very fond of writing, if I remember correctly," Littlefinger said, smirking once more. In an instant, he moved quickly, grabbing Littlefinger by the throat and pushing him against the wall. He squeezed, watching the color drain from the man's face. Behind him, he heard swords being drawn as Jory and his guards confronted the two men Littlefinger had brought with him. "You're a funny man, a very funny man," he said, glaring as he tightened his grip. Then he released Littlefinger, allowing him to catch his breath. "You should be careful, Lord Baelish. Some people may find your humor offensive," he warned as he stepped back. "Starks, quick tempers, slow minds," Littlefinger muttered. Ned turned back to him. "A clever man or a man whose temper is up, which do you fear, my lord? Think long and hard before you answer. A clever man may cause you problems, but a man with a temper will end you," he replied, moving away. "I'll give your wife my regards, Lord Baelish." "Give her what you like, Lord Baelish." "I care not," Ned said, just as Lyanna returned. She looked at him and then at Littlefinger, the wolf approaching and climbing onto the man, her paws on either side of Littlefinger's head as she snarled at him. "Lyanna, to me," Ned commanded. He heard the wolf growl one last time before she returned to his side, and together they walked away. Highgarden, 295 AC. The Joust. Ser Barristan had not really had a chance to spend time one-on-one with the king. As the meeting drew to a close, he managed a brief moment to speak with Arthur and Jon. The king had promised to find a time and place for them to meet privately before the tourney ended. Now, as he walked toward the tent, a part of him wished he could talk the boy out of competing, to tell him no. But he knew better. Jon was his king, and it wasn't his place to interfere. Competing in an honor joust was one thing, but going up against knights in an open draw was quite another. As he arrived at the tent, he nodded to Ser Walder, who would one day be his brother. Walder had impressed him during the melee, and Barristan would be proud to wear a white cloak alongside him. "Ser Walder," Barristan greeted. "Ser Barristan," Walder replied. "Is there anyone inside?" Barristan asked, hoping Walder understood what he meant. "Jon, Loras, and Ser Dayron are inside," Walder informed him as two hedge knights walked by. Inside the tent, Barristan found both boys donning their armor, with Arthur standing nearby, speaking softly to the king. When they noticed him, Jon smiled while Loras fastened the king's breastplate. "Ser Barristan, it's good to see you," Jon said. "You too, Jon," Barristan replied, aware that it was better not to take chances with so many people milling about outside. "I take it, just like Ser Dayron, you've come to ask us both not to compete?" "I have, Jon. I understand the desire to compete in a tourney, and while your horsemanship is exceptional. Loras is definitely up to the task," Jon said, a playful glint in his eye. "But remember, taking a lance from each other during practice is nothing like facing one in a proper joust." That's what I've been trying to tell them, Arthur chimed in just as the tent flaps parted and Jaime strode in. My lord, Jaime said, a smirk forming on his lips, it seems I now have 2 knights advising me not to compete. Will you be joining them? Me? I want to face you and knock you on your arse, Jaime replied, and both boys burst into laughter. It's dangerous, Jaime, Jon cautioned, to which Jaime nodded in agreement. What age were you again, Barristan? Or you, Daron? I was 3 and 10 when I rode my first joust. Even then, it was only because I missed the one when I was 2 and 10, Jaime reminisced. It's different, Jaime, Barristan interjected, and Jon turned to him. Forget who I am. Would you have come here for Loras, Ser Barristan? Jon asked. Barristan looked down, ashamed to shake his head. Nobody loves me, Loras lamented, eliciting a chuckle and an arm around his shoulder from the king. I love you, ugly though you are, Jon teased, causing Loras to laugh. He had to admit he enjoyed the banter, but the knot in his stomach and his worries about who Jon really was kept him from fully joining in. Reluctantly, he nodded. Come on, it's time to see the lists. Let's find out who we're facing, Jon said, picking up his helm. The 5 of them stepped out of the tent together. It turned out Jon was facing a fry, and Loras couldn't help but laugh. Though Ser Perwyn is not a typical fry, he quickly added, noticing the excited look that appeared on Jon's face. Loras was matched against a hedge knight, while Jaime had drawn Lord Yon Royce, and Jon faced the Blackfish, much tougher opponents than they'd anticipated. Who did I get? Came a voice from behind them as Oberyn entered the scene. The Red Viper was someone Jon hadn't quite figured out how to approach, especially knowing how close he was to Jon. Seeing how close the jousting match was surprised him, but it quickly removed any doubts about the man's intent. Ser Lyn Corbray, Oberyn said with a hint of excitement. I'm going to enjoy this. Jon wondered what made him say that. He's one of Littlefinger's friends, Arthur whispered in Jon's ear. As they moved back to the tents to wait for their turn, Jon approached Oberyn. The others walked a little ahead, and Jon spoke softly. I appreciate your concern, Ser, but I need to do this. It's for me. I want to ride. I won't take any unnecessary risks, but I need to go through with it. Jon noticed Oberyn touching a small ribbon. Do you have someone you'd crown? He asked with a smile, enjoying the blush that crept onto his king's face. Ser, I may be confident, but I won't tempt fate, Oberyn replied with a chuckle, knowing that Jon had already chosen his queen. Then I wish you good fortune, Jon. And I wish the same for you, Ser Barristan. Loras was up first, and Jon stood close to the king, though not too close, while Jaime and Arthur flanked him. Loras took the tilt in 3 rides, showcasing excellent lance work. His riding, while not quite on par with Jon's, was commendable. Next was Jon's turn. He lined up to face his old friend, the Blackfish, a man he now respected even more considering his house's involvement in the ongoing events. As he charged down the field, he caught sight of the king watching expectantly, and he heard the crowd roar. His lance struck true, but the Blackfish remained steady. The next tilt was similar, the lance broke, yet the Blackfish didn't budge. On the 3rd attempt, Jon delivered a powerful shot that almost unseated him. The 4th tilt seemed destined to be the decisive one, and it was. He watched as Brynden rose to his feet and nodded, indicating he was unharmed. Riding back, Jon spotted the king on his horse and eagerly dismounted, rushing to see him ride, keen to. Arya couldn't wait to see him return safely. Jousting wasn't as thrilling as the melee, but today she had a special reason to cheer, her brother would be riding soon. So far, she had enjoyed the matches. A hefty knight from House Frye had tumbled down almost without being touched, drawing laughter from the crowd. Lord Beric had triumphed over a Royce from the Vale, a knight her father had cheered for while watching Loras ride and defeat a larger opponent. The bout between Ser Barristan and her granduncle had given her and Lyanna a chance to get back at Bran for rooting for him during the melee. Even though Bran was family and would be squiring for Ser Barristan, she and Lyanna had been cheering for Daisy. It had been infuriating to hear Bran cheer when Daisy was unseated, but they knew he was justified. So, when Bran fell to the bold, they relished the chance to tease him back, even if her silly brother had just laughed and said, "It was the bold, the best knight in Westeros." Now, Arya leaned forward in her seat as she spotted Jon and Winter entering the arena. The shield he carried wasn't the one she had hoped to see. She would have loved to see that one here. Instead, there was only Ghost, standing alone with no fish in his mouth. "He'll beat him for sure," she said to Lyanna as the knight from the twins rode out. "What if he doesn't?" someone questioned, and Arya turned angrily, searching for the voice but not finding the source. Before she could look further, she focused back on the arena as the horses charged toward each other. The sound of the lance striking the shield echoed louder than it had during the previous ride. "He's hurt," someone exclaimed, and Arya's heart sank as she watched Jon lean back in his saddle, barely clinging on as Winter galloped forward. "Jon," she shouted, her voice filled with worry. Relief washed over her when she saw him right himself, and soon they were off again. Her mouth felt dry, her heart raced, and she held her breath as Jon's lance struck true. In that moment, she found herself standing and cheering, just like everyone around her, as they witnessed the knight's fall. Jon brought his horse to a halt and looked down just in time to see the knight rise and nod his head. Arya couldn't help but laugh as she settled back in her seat. "I told you he'd win," she said, a smile spreading across her face as she eagerly awaited Jon's next ride. She watched Ser Jaime triumph over Lord Jon in 6 rides, both men nearly toppling off their horses during the 3rd and 4th rounds. Then, a hush fell over the crowd as the Red Viper rode in. Arya liked the prince. He had shared laughs with her, playfully mussed her hair like Jon did, and even encouraged his daughters to fight. Since he was also friends with Jon, she cheered for him as he scanned the crowd. His horse was adorned in bright yellow, and his shield bore the sigil of his house, a gold spear piercing a red sun on a vibrant orange field. She found herself drawn to the colors, enjoying the sun even if it made her sweat. As the prince rode, she hoped to see the opposing knight fall. She didn't know him, but something about him rubbed her the wrong way. When the first ride began, she felt a mix of anticipation and irritation. During the second ride, the crowd gasped in astonishment at what the prince did with his lance. Instead of targeting the shield, he aimed for the horse, forcing the knight to pull on the reins. The lance then rose sharply, catching the knight in the chest and sending him crashing to the ground. "What was that?" Arya asked, turning to Lyanna, who looked just as bewildered. "I don't know, but Prince Oberyn won," Lyanna replied, glancing around to see the crowd's puzzled reactions. The knight struggled to his feet, moving stiffly, but Oberyn had already vanished. Arya wondered if the knight had offended the prince or his daughters, or if this was simply how he rode. Oberyn Corbray, one of Littlefinger's men, had certainly stirred up some trouble, and Arya couldn't help but feel a sense of intrigue about the unfolding drama. Oberyn had intended to inflict much more harm than he actually did. In the end, he chose to target the horse, making it seem like he was acting dishonorably, which would create the opening he desired. As his lance struck the horse first, Corbray had to pull on the reins. That was when Oberyn seized the moment, landing a solid hit right in Corbray's chest. The knight would feel that pain for a few days at least. When Oberyn rode back, he found Jon waiting for him. He expected to see annoyance or judgment, but instead, he was greeted by his nephew's smile. Dismounting his horse, he walked alongside Jon to watch as some of the other competitors took to the field. They were soon joined by Lord Beric and his squire. "Jon, it's good to see you again," Lord Beric said. "You too, my lord." "You rode well," Jon replied. "Thank you, Jon. I missed your own ride, and I also missed you in the horse race by quite a distance," Beric said with a chuckle. "Have you met Prince Oberyn, my lord?" Jon asked. No, it's an honor to meet you, my prince. My betrothed and squire are also from Dorne. Ned, come over here, Beric called. A small boy approached as Oberyn greeted the man. Ned? Jon asked. Lord Edric Dane, Jon, Beric explained, and Jon turned to the boy. Lord Dane, Jon said. The boy looked up at him, appearing nervous. Lord Jon, my prince, Ned stammered. No, just Lord. Lord Dane. Though Prince Oberyn really is a prince, Jon said, smiling, which seemed to put the boy at ease. I'm sorry, Jon, Ned said, and Jon's smile grew even broader, helping the boy relax further. My lord, my prince, if you'll excuse me, Ned, I wonder if I could speak to you for a moment about your uncle and his sword? Jon asked. Ned looked eagerly at Beric, who nodded in agreement. As he watched them walk away, Oberyn was left with Lord Beric, and he wondered if Jon was chatting with Ned about Cregan. Had the boy seen him or Arthur? Did he even know of them? Just as he was about to follow, Lord Beric began to speak, and soon he found himself laughing alongside the man. Moments later, Jon returned with Ned, the young man now appearing much more at ease with his nephew. It seems the next round will be posted soon, Jon. Prince Oberyn, perhaps we could speak later? Beric suggested. I'd like that, my lord. Young Ned, you're a credit to your house, and it's a true pleasure to meet a fellow Dornishman here, Oberyn remarked. The boy looked at him as if he'd been given dawn itself. My prince, Ned replied before walking away to follow his lord. Interesting man, Lord Beric, Oberyn said as he and Jon walked together. Most interesting. A lord from the Stormlands, indeed, Jon agreed, chuckling. And here I thought you were just being friendly, Oberyn teased. Oh, I was, my prince, Jon replied, laughing heartily now. Oberyn shuddered when he saw the list of matches, then laughed at the excitement on Jon's face and the jealousy etched on Loras's. Both boys had drawn Kingsguard, but Loras had drawn Ser Ares Oakheart while Jon had drawn the Bold. As for Oberyn, it seemed he and Lord Beric would be getting reacquainted much sooner than he'd like, and Jaime was set to face Lord Renly. The Bold, you got the Bold. Loras exclaimed. Jon laughed. Want to swap, Loras? Can we? Loras asked, only to realize he was being teased. No. I hate you, Loras said, chuckling. Oberyn was up first, so he wished them both luck and mounted his horse, ready to face Lord Beric. It took only 2 lances to unseat him easily. Oberyn rode fair and used no tricks, and the lord took it in good spirits, thankfully unharmed. As he made his way back, he approached Arthur, who was watching as Jon rode out. I met your nephew, Oberyn whispered. Jon spoke to him while I kept my helm on. He invited him to the rock, Jon said. Is that a good idea? Ned asked. I don't know, but my sister is set to marry the man he squires for, and he's bound to see Cregan here. It may be for the best. It may, Oberyn replied, glancing out as Barristan and Jon faced off. Reckless, Arthur commented, clearly annoyed. Brave, Oberyn said with a smirk. Margaery was feeling a bit better, thanks to the calming presence of her grandmother and Jon. That night, after dressing for bed, she had started to feel more at ease. But when she heard scratching at her door, she initially thought it was Fawn. She smiled when she opened it to find Ghost, the white wolf, stepping inside. He looked at her before making his way to her bed. At first, she wondered if Jon was warging, but even when she realized he hadn't, and that he had simply sent Ghost to comfort her, she was more than happy. She snuggled up beside the wolf, feeling safe. The next morning, Jon came to her room to fetch Ghost and reassure her once again. He leaned in and softly kissed her lips, a brief but sweet gesture, given their surroundings. If I don't compete, how can I crown you? He said gently. I don't need a crown if it puts you at risk, Jon, she replied, concern etched on her face. I wouldn't put myself at any more risk than necessary. I promise, Margaery, both Loras and I will be safe. I wouldn't let anything happen to you. As the first few jousts began, Margaery felt her anxiety easing. She watched each competitor rise after being unseated, and her nerves gradually settled. Still, she wasn't the only one who felt anxious when Loras rode. He performed excellently, and she, along with her brothers, father, and mother, cheered, while her grandmother wore a small, proud smile. But when it was Jon's turn, her nerves spiked again. As the two lances crashed, she saw him lean far back in the saddle, and her heart raced. She thought him lost, and part of her would have been content if he hadn't ridden again. Yet, despite her nerves, a swell of pride filled her when he righted himself for the second tilt. When he knocked Ser Perwyn from his saddle, she jumped to her feet, cheering loudly. Thankfully, most of the crowd joined her, so she didn't feel out of place. That was an excellent ride, Willis said beside her, and she felt her brother grab her hand. It was, most excellent, she replied, smiling. She heard Willis chuckle while others around them hissed at Oberyn's ride. She wondered why Oberyn seemed to be riding dishonorably, only to realize it was all a show, and to watch him win was quite the spectacle. By the time it was Oberyn's second ride, news had reached them about the draw. Loras was set to ride against a Kingsguard, which she knew would excite her brother. But it was the fact that Jon was to ride against the Bold that eased her nerves almost completely. As the two faced each other, she felt certain that the Bold would be honorable and fair. Now, the danger Jon faced was the normal peril of a joust, and while that was still significant, it was far less daunting than facing someone who wished him harm. Barristan's horse was adorned in the colors of the Kingsguard, the white barding decorated with 3 stalks of wheat to signify his house. In contrast, Winter was completely bare except for the saddle, and her heart raced as they rode toward one another. When the lances crashed, she closed her eyes, and when she opened them, she saw that both had struck home, but Jon remained seated. Feeling a bit more at ease with the next tilt, she thought she saw Barristan shift slightly, but she couldn't be sure. By the third tilt, she was watching eagerly, the lances practically shattering against their shields. She could hear the king singing Jon's praises, and the crowd seemed equally surprised. As they approached for the fourth tilt, she noticed Jon move in his saddle, pouring everything he had into the contest. The thrust sent Winter riderless, and for a moment, Jon seemed to float in the air while the horse galloped away. The sound of the impact echoed across the grounds, followed by the crash as he fell to the ground. "He's hurt," someone murmured. "He's not moved," another voice added. It took her a moment to realize it was her own voice that spoke, but by then, the Bold was already off his horse, helping Jon to his feet. As she watched them walk together and heard their laughter, a wave of relief washed over her. It was finally over. Jon turned to speak with the Bold, then glanced back toward the stands. His helm was off, and he seemed to be looking directly at her. She smiled, and he smiled back before nodding in response to something the Bold had said. He did very well, 4 lances against the Bold. "People will talk," Garland remarked. Though she felt a swell of pride for her future husband, her primary concern was his safety, not what others thought of him. Jon thought to himself, flying wasn't all it was cracked up to be, as he and Barristan made their way back to the tent. He felt he had done well, managing to deflect rather than absorb Barristan's lances. He had sensed the knight's movement, which was why he had put so much effort into that last thrust, leaving himself open in the process, something Barristan pointed out as they reached the tent. "I got to break lances with Ser Barristan the Bold." "That, Ser, is a dream come true," he said, earning a smile from the knight. "Are you sure you're unhurt?" Barristan asked, concern in his voice. "I am, Ser. Now, I wish you good fortune. I need to hurry to see Loras's ride." Once the knight departed, Jon was checked over by Jaime, Arthur, and even Walder. He felt grateful that Loras was preparing for his own ride, otherwise, he knew Loras would be fussing over him too. Quickly helped out of his armor, he made it to the yard just as Loras was riding out. He wished his friend well, nodding as Loras passed by. Loras didn't need the encouragement, though. He swiftly defeated Ser Ares in 3 lances. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Jon found himself cheering louder than most. As he watched Jaime face Lord Renly, he felt an inexplicable desire to see Renly on the ground. He knew Renly had danced with Margaery, and he couldn't quite tell if his feelings stemmed from jealousy. Whatever it was, he didn't have to wait long for the outcome. Renly was defeated in just 2 passes. When he heard the crack as Renly hit the ground, he felt a flicker of concern, only to realize it was just one of the gold antlers on his helmet that had broken. As the next matches were announced, Jon's heart sank when he saw that Loras was set to face the Strongboar. He worried Loras wouldn't stand a chance. Jaime was also up against one of his own men from the west, Ser Adam, while Prince Oberyn prepared to duel Ser Roland Storm, and Barristan was once again matched against Ser Richard Horp. Jon squired for both Loras and Jaime, helping to ready their horses and ensuring their armor was polished, even while they wore it. "You really don't have to do this, Jon," Jaime said with a grin. "I am your squire, am I not? Besides, I can see better from down here anyway," Jon replied, earning a chuckle from Jaime as he prepared for his ride. Standing beside him, Jon handed him the lance and positioned himself to watch the joust. He was pleasantly surprised by how skillfully Jaime caught Ser Adam off guard, the man losing the match quickly but good-naturedly. As always, Jon grabbed the loose horse and brought it back to Ser Adam once he was back on his feet. "I hate facing him," Ser Adam said, smirking as he and Jon walked back to the tents. Jon handed him the reins of his horse. "Well, at least we both walked away unharmed, Ser Adam," Jon said, and the knight chuckled as he walked off. Jon helped Loras prepare for his match, feeling more nervous about this ride than any of his own. He felt he had fulfilled his promise to Margaery, but he knew he needed his friend to remain unharmed to keep that promise fully. Wishing Loras well, he paid even closer attention to this joust than he had to any before. Jon felt ready to ward for any of the others, even though he wasn't sure how much good it would do. As he heard the crash of the lance, he saw Loras move but remain seated. The Strongboar brushed it off as if it were nothing. Loras caught him twice more with perfect shots to the chest, yet the man didn't budge an inch. On the 4th tilt, Loras landed an even better shot, and while the Strongboar was knocked back a bit, it was clear that Loras lacked the strength to unseat him. The 5th tilt showed the same result. Loras caught him flush, but it was Loras, not Lyle, who ended up on the ground. Before Jon could react, Loras was already on his feet. Jon hurried to grab his horse and helped his friend walk gingerly from the yard. "Are you well?" Jon asked. "Damn, that hurt," Loras replied. "You caught him perfectly each time, Loras." "I've never seen such skill with the lance," Jon said, and Loras smiled as the Strongboar rode over. "Do you really think so, Jon?" Loras asked, but it was the booming voice of Lyle Craycall that answered. "Well done, lad. Had you more weight or strength, I'd be on the ground. You should be proud of your performance today." "I thank you, Ser Lyle," Loras said, and Jon could see the pride in his friend's stride as they moved to the back. The ginger steps faded, and the pain was quickly forgotten. Jaime fell in the semi-finals to the Bold. Jon took his place in the stands, just as he had the last time they met, showing no favoritism. While it wasn't as epic as their tilt in King's Landing, it was still an excellent ride. As Jon sat among his family, with Joy checking on him every few moments to ensure he was unharmed, he tried his best not to laugh. "Ouchie, Jon?" Joy asked. No ouchie," he replied. "You sure?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "Sure. You get pen nuts, Joy?" All gone. "Do we get more?" "Maybe later." Perhaps we'll get a candied apple before we head back, he said, making her smile. He noticed both Arya and Lyanna staring at him eagerly. Sansa simply smirked as Oberyn faced off against the Stromboar, who had surprised everyone by making it this far in the tournament. Jon glanced at Alerie and his cousins, who were watching with eager anticipation. It took 5 lances, and while Loras may not have had the strength, his uncles certainly did. As the final round approached, Jon felt a knot of nerves, hoping for the outcome he desired. "Who do you think will win, Jon?" Bran asked, his eyes sparkling with interest as he looked at Cregan and Robb, who were equally engaged. "The bold." "No one can beat the bold," Bran declared, his admiration for the knight shining through. "Even me?" Jon teased, and the others chuckled. Bran, thinking Jon was serious, began to apologize. "No, you could have." "I cheered for you, Jon, I promise," Bran insisted, and Jon reached over, ruffling his brother's hair affectionately. "Thank you, little brother. There's nothing wrong with having a favorite, but look, it's about to happen. Let's see if you're right." The 2 horses charged forward, and it was the bold's lance that struck true, just as it had on the 2nd and 3rd tilts. It took until the 4th for Oberyn to land a hit of equal measure, and the 5th ended in a draw. The bold seemed nearly immovable, solid as a rock, while Oberyn appeared increasingly frustrated. As they raced toward the 6th tilt, it happened, the bolt's lance hit cleanly, sending Oberyn flying from his horse. Jon heard Alerie gasp from his seat, and then watched as Oberyn rolled on the ground, quickly popping back up on his feet. He turned to his aunt, who wore a relieved smile, and like the rest of the crowd, he joined in cheering for Ser Barristan's victory. "Your graces, my lord and ladies, I present to you the victor of the joust at the Tourney of Highgarden for Lady Margaery's name day, Ser Barristan Selmy, the bold himself," the herald announced, his voice ringing out over the jubilant crowd. The cheers grew louder as Barristan rode toward the garland. He skillfully picked it up with the tip of his lance before turning to name his queen. "Lady Margaery, I would name you the Queen of Love and Beauty," Barristan declared. Jon caught a glimpse of Margaery's smile, quickly followed by a look of surprise when she noticed the garland. Her smile brightened even more. "I thank you, good sir," Margaery replied, glancing in his direction. She offered a small nod, just enough for him to realize she had seen her favor tied to Barristan's belt. "My queen," he thought to himself as he watched her place the garland upon her head. Chapter 84, We Live to Fight Another Day. Highgarden, 295 AC. Cersei hated this place. From the moment she arrived, she found the Roses too self-assured and far too disrespectful. They should have been on their knees, thanking her for convincing her precious boy to spend time with their less-than-golden Rose. Instead, they, like so many others, looked down on her and Joffrey. Once again, she cursed her father for leaving her alone in this world. If he had been alive, the sheer fear and respect he commanded would rightly have been afforded to her as well. But ever since he had been killed by a damn iron-born pirate, she had watched her position gradually erode. That most of this undermining came from her own family only made it harder to bear. The little bastard dared to speak that way to a prince, her uncle publicly shamed them, and her aunt had the audacity to come to her rooms and threaten her. She was the queen of the 7 kingdoms, yet she felt powerless to respond. She had to sit and listen while a woman married to a Fry looked down on her and spoke to her as if she were nothing. But no more. As she dressed and prepared to break her fast, hoping her husband-to-be was too hungover to join her, she resolved to show them she was a lioness too, starting with her fat aunt. Finishing her wine, she glanced at herself in the mirror and smiled. She looked younger, more beautiful, if that were even possible, she thought. "Mother!" Myrcella exclaimed happily as she walked into the room. Cersei smiled at her sweet girl and noticed her baby boy happily eating. "Good morning, Myrcella, Tommen. Is your brother not joining us?" she asked, unaware of the small frown that appeared on her daughter's face. He's with father. They were shouting, Tommen replied, while Myrcella shook her head. Cersei shook her head, her frustration boiling beneath the surface. Myrcella? She asked, her voice laced with concern. She couldn't help but worry about what her clumsy husband might be saying or doing to her precious boy. But before her daughter could respond, both Joffrey and Robert strode into the room. She noticed the fury radiating from Joffrey, a red mark marred his face. Shaking her head, she reminded herself that even the beast she was married to would never dare strike her son. As they settled down at the table, she glanced between Robert and Joffrey, both silent. Curiosity gnawed at her, compelling her to ask what had transpired. Before she could speak, Robert directed his attention to Myrcella. I heard from Ser Richard that you spent some time with the White Wolf, he said with a smile. Cersei's heart sank. What? Her child had been near that beast? Where were her king's guard? What was Horp doing? We did, father. Ser Ghost is so fluffy. He's even softer than Ser Pounce, Tommen chimed in. Joffrey snorted, earning a glare from Robert. Is that so? At least one of my children knows how to behave around a wolf. What about you, Myrcella? Did the wolf scare you or threaten you? Robert asked, his gaze shifting back to Joffrey. No, father. Ghost was so much fun. He even licked our hands, Myrcella giggled. And Lady Joy and Ser Jon were very friendly, they brought us peanuts. Pen nuts, Tommen added, prompting another fit of giggles from Myrcella. Ser Jon? Robert asked, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Jon Snow, father, Myrcella clarified, and Robert laughed. Bastards, beasts, and now her children were being allowed to play with them. This could not stand. I don't want you near those beasts anymore, either of you. They are far too dangerous and need to be put down. Look what they did to your brother, she said angrily, watching as both of her children lowered their eyes to their plates. You've just heard from their own lips how friendly the wolf was. If that doesn't show how foolish our son was, then nothing will. Wolves that need to be leashed, Robert said, glaring at Joffrey once again. Robert, this is no place for this conversation, she replied, feeling her anger rise. Yet you felt the need to have it here anyway, so yes, let's have it then. Myrcella, would you like to spend more time with the wolf? Would it frighten you to do so? I would, father. I wasn't scared, her daughter said. While she felt a flicker of pride at Myrcella's bravery, it took a moment for her to realize that her daughter was actually speaking against her. She's far too young to know what she speaks of, Cersei said. Is she? She's probably the cleverest person sitting at this table, Robert countered, and Cersei noticed Myrcella's smile. Myrcella, why don't you take Tommen and see if Ser Richard will take you to see the rest of the wolves? Robert suggested, glaring at Cersei and daring her to respond. Really, father? Thank you. Myrcella exclaimed happily as she jumped from her seat and kissed his cheek, making him smile more broadly than Cersei had seen in years. Once Myrcella and Tommen had left, Cersei turned to Joffrey, who was still glaring at his father. She took a sip of her juice to moisten her lips, regretting that she hadn't brought wine, and then decided it was time to let her husband know the extent of her displeasure. You can't allow them to spend their time with those beasts. It's bad enough my children have been spending time with bastards, I won't have them put at risk like this, she said angrily. Risked? What risk is there? The only risk those wolves have caused is to our fool of a son and our reputation, one I'm struggling to rehabilitate because of the actions of a spoiled, petulant boy, Robert replied. That wolf attacked our son. Cersei exclaimed, rising to her feet. And thank the gods he did, pulling a knife on a girl. The boy's not even man enough to use his fists. Well, we'll soon see that put right, Robert said, leaving her confused. Robert? Our son is to foster in Dragonstone. Perhaps some time with Stannis can make a man out of him, something we've both clearly failed to do. No, no, you can't. I will not stand for it, Cersei said. You'll stand, sit, or lie down for it if I say so. I'm the king, and that is my heir. He'll learn to be a man, or by the 7, he'll find himself with no crown to wear. Robert, please. No. He's already messed up one betrothal I wished for him and forced me to make another. So no, when we leave, he'll be traveling to Dragonstone. And mark my words, both of you, if you try to go around me on this, I'll send you both there, he said angrily. Cersei felt her blood begin to boil. Looking at the table, she almost picked up the knife before her mind cleared. Another betrothal? What did Robert mean by that? Who had he betrothed Joffrey to? Surely it wasn't the roses, given how the girl had behaved and how she hadn't sat with them. It couldn't be Margaery, which left her wondering, who? Who have you betrothed Joffrey to? She asked. Him? You think I can get anyone to take him now after what he did? Ned would have struck me had I suggested it, and even Mace Tyrell would have turned me down. Betroth him? Unless he grows up and proves himself better, he'll be lucky to find a wife among Walder Frey's brood. Then who? She pressed. Myrcella. Myrcella is to be married to Brandon Stark. Cersei couldn't believe it. He'd given his only daughter, her sweet girl, to a heathen Northman, a savage and a second son. She deserved so much better. So furious was she that she never saw them leave, nor heard them as they went. It was only once they had that she noticed. Getting up from her seat, she stormed down the corridors, with Ser Mandon following closely behind. Reaching the room, she banged on the door, and as her aunt opened it, she drew her hand back, aiming to slap, but Genna was far too quick, dodging her move effortlessly. Ser Mandon stepped forward, then retreated as the wolves approached him, forcing him to back off. Cersei, however, was oblivious to everything but her aunt's grip on her hand, which was now being pushed back. What are you doing, you crazy bitch? Genna exclaimed loudly. You. This is all your fault. You brought my children to the joust, had them sitting with bastards and beasts, she shouted angrily as she heard footsteps approaching. Cersei glanced around, spotting Lord Stark with his youngest son and oldest daughter, Myrcella and Tommen, as well as Lady Margaery and several unfamiliar faces alongside those filthy beasts. Myrcella looked at her as if she were a stranger, while Tommen hid behind his sister. Fuming, Cersei stormed down the corridor to her room and slammed the door behind her. Grabbing a wine bottle, she poured herself a glass and drank it quickly before sitting down to refill it. They had embarrassed her once again, shamed her in front of others, and were plotting to take her children away. She wouldn't allow it. She would find a way to stop it, she resolved as she filled her glass again. Highgarden, 295 AC. After the joust, Robb had been excused from the feast. Instead, he enjoyed a quieter dinner with Winifred, Lord Wyman, and Ser Wylis, one he found even more enjoyable than the grand feasts. He loved the pageantry, the exquisite dishes, and the dancing that followed, but it was the company that made this meal truly special. Your father came to speak to us, Robb, Lord Wyman said. Robb turned to Winifred, her expression mirroring his surprise. He did, my lord. He came to discuss a match between you and my granddaughter. What was your answer, your grandfather? Winifred asked eagerly. Impatient, are you, daughter? Let your grandfather speak, Ser Wylis chuckled. Sorry, father, she replied. Would a match please you, granddaughter? Lord Wyman asked. Robb glanced between them, feeling nervous as Lord Wyman's expression remained unreadable, while Winifred's smile eased his anxiety. It would, grandfather. It would please me greatly, Winifred said. And you, Robb? Lord Wyman inquired, catching him off guard as he had been focused on Winifred's smiling face. It would, my lord. Greatly also, Robb replied. Lord Wyman sat back, resting his hands on his chin as he studied them both. Robb's heart raced with anticipation. "Grandfather?" Winifred said, a hint of annoyance in her voice. "What? Can't an old man have some fun?" Lord Wyman laughed. "Both I and your father are also greatly pleased by this match. Robb, we would be honored to have you as part of our family." Robb felt a happiness he had never known before, and Winifred shared that joy, wrapping her arms around her grandfather and then her father. "You've both behaved most honorably," Ser Wylis said. "See to it that it continues, and when you are of age, we'll be happy to see you wed." Throughout the rest of the meal, when he wasn't looking at Winifred, he spoke to her father or grandfather about the future, feeling an immense sense of anticipation. They would be wed when he was 15, and while that felt far away, he knew it could have been worse. His own father had been 19, making the 3-year wait seem much easier to endure than 7. When the time came for him to escort Winifred to her room, he held her hand, aware of her father's guards trailing behind to ensure he didn't overstep his bounds. As they reached her door, he longed to kiss her and hold her in his arms, but he knew he couldn't. Robb took her hand gently in his. "I shall see you on the morrow, my betrothed," he said, kissing her hand softly. "On the morrow, my betrothed," she replied, smiling as she stepped into her room. As he walked back to his own quarters, he spotted his brother in the distance and wondered where Jon was headed at this hour. Though Jon was accompanied by his guards, Robb felt this was perhaps his best chance to get back at him for the prank he had pulled. He had thought long and hard about how to repay him, but his options were limited. Being in someone else's keep, he couldn't just put down in Jon's mattress or carry out most of his ideas. He needed to maintain appearances and avoid any actions that could be seen as disrespectful. This left him feeling uncertain about how to get his revenge. Whatever he came up with wouldn't compare to Jon's original prank, but it would have to do for now. Following at a discreet distance, Robb navigated through an unfamiliar area of the grounds, relying on Ghost's silhouette in the distance to guide him. He slipped through gaps in hedges and found hidden entrances until he arrived at a secluded spot where Jon had stopped. Lying down on the grass, he crawled closer and saw Jon standing with 2 men, his guard, Ser Dayron, and a figure who surprised him, Ser Barristan Selmy. "I hope you don't feel I stole your moment, Your Grace," Ser Barristan said, and Robb strained to see where the king was. "Not at all, Ser. You managed to do what I could not. My betrothed was most pleased," Robb heard Jon reply, and he gasped. "I take it you'd like this back," Barristan said, handing something to Jon. I thank you, Ser. It's most precious to me," Jon said. "I had thought so. I had hoped to face you, Arthur," Ser Barristan continued. "Like old times, Barristan, but I don't think the realm is ready for my reappearance just yet," Ser Dayron added with a chuckle. "Yet Arthur, I hope soon, Your Grace?" Barristan asked Jon. "Arthur, Your Grace, betrothed? What is going on here?" Robb felt lost and confused, as if everyone around him knew something he didn't. His brother a king? How could that be? What were they talking about? I hope so too. We can't hide the dragons for much longer. Rhaenys is almost ready to fly with me, and given her size, I wonder where we'll be able to keep her. Soon, she won't fit in the cave, Jon replied. Dragons? What did he mean by dragons? This made no sense to Robb as he crawled even closer. She is really that big? Barristan asked, clearly intrigued. Barristan. You should see her. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it for myself, Ser Dayron said. Rhaegar knew, didn't he? Barristan continued, piecing things together. My father knew, as did my mother, Ser Barristan, Jon said, pausing to look in Robb's direction. In that moment, Robb felt the familiar weight of Ghost, the white wolf, resting against his back. The wolf's head was close to his own, and he could smell the wolf's breath. Then, suddenly, Ser Dayron stood beside Ghost, looking up at his brother, or the boy he had thought was his brother. It seems we have much to discuss. Ghost, to me, Jon said, and Robb felt the wolf's weight lift off his back. Highgarden, 295 AC. Jon had left the feast early, not because he wasn't enjoying himself, but because he had arranged to meet with Ser Barristan alone. Well, as alone as he could be these days, knowing the man would also wish to meet with Arthur. He owed him for what he did in the joust, and the fact that Barristan had suggested it endeared him even more. That favor, I take it, belongs to your betrothed? Barristan asked as they walked away from the tiltyard. It does, Jon replied, glancing back at the stands to see her looking at him. He smiled to reassure her, a response that had become instinctual whenever she looked at him that way. Perhaps I could borrow it, Barristan suggested. Barristan asked Jon a question, and Jon looked at him, realizing the reason for his inquiry. Thank you, sir, Jon replied, smiling as he handed over the favor. After spending time with Margaery, just seeing her with the garland on her head had made him vow to crown her himself one day. After escorting Joy back to her room, he had set out to speak with the knight. Their conversation had gone well until he felt a tingle at the back of his head. When he reached out, he discovered who, Ghost was warning him about. Ser Arthur, it seems we have a visitor, Jon said, nodding toward where Ghost stood. Arthur hurried over, and he and Ser Barristan walked at a more measured pace toward the spot where Ghost had Robb pinned down. Jon looked down at his cousin and leaned into Ser Barristan to whisper. Perhaps while I talk to my cousin, you and Arthur can converse? I'd like that, but are you sure you'll be all right on your own? Barristan asked. I will, Jon assured him. Just don't go far, this conversation has been a long time coming. His voice was barely audible, but the knight understood him well enough. Once Ghost released Robb, Jon motioned for him to follow, and they made their way back into the garden, moving deeper in until Jon took a seat and waited for his cousin to begin. Jon, what's going on? Ser Barristan called you a king, and I heard, dragons, Jon. I wanted to tell you this, though I had hoped it would be later. It's not that I was hiding it from you, well, that's not entirely true, but it wasn't because I didn't trust you. Hiding? Hiding what? Robb asked, confusion etched on his face. Ned Stark isn't my father. I'm the trueborn son of Rhaegar and Lyanna Targaryen. Robb stared at him as if he were the Mad King. What? You can't be serious, father, you're not my brother. I am your brother. I've always been your brother, and if you want, I'll be your brother still. But Rhaegar. Aunt Lyanna, this makes no sense, Jon said, struggling to process his own revelation. He recounted the tale, almost surprising himself with how easily the words flowed from his lips. With Sansa and Margaery, it had been difficult to share such truths, but with Robb, it felt far simpler. Why was that? Did he care less about his brother's opinion? He didn't think so. Perhaps it was because he was finally sure of who he was, and that certainty made it easier to speak. When he finished, he waited for Robb to respond. His brother paced back and forth, glancing at Jon, biting his tongue, and then pacing again. The silence stretched out, almost deafening, until finally, Robb turned to face him. You are the rightful heir? I am. You're going for the throne? Robb asked, disbelief etched across his face. I am. Jon, I don't understand this. Father, what he told us, what everyone knows, is a lie, Robb. It was a way to protect me. You know what happened to my brother, to my sister, and their mother? They were killed, Robb replied, his voice heavy with the weight of that knowledge. They were butchered. Elia was raped, Robb. Aegon was just a babe, and they threw him against a wall so hard that he. Jon's anger surged. My sister, she was only 3 name days old. Do you know what they did to her? Jon, 100 times she was stabbed, Robb. Half a hundred. What would you do to the men who did that to Arya, to Sansa? What if Bran had been killed? But the men, who were they? The men are dead. But the people who profited from their deaths, the ones who sat by and did nothing, they are not. Do you know what the king called my brother and sister when they were presented to him? Dragon spawn. I didn't know that, Robb said softly. There are many things you don't know. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner, but now you know. I am the rightful heir, the rightful king, and I will reclaim my family's throne, Jon declared. What am I supposed to do, Jon? Bend my knee? Tell you I'm with you? Robb asked, confusion etched on his face. For now, nothing. I'm asking for nothing. You are my brother. True, we're cousins, but you are my brother. So whatever that means to you, that's what I ask of you. Who else knows, Jon? Who else is aware of this? No, you don't get to know that, Robb. You knowing about me is a risk to my life, and I can't allow that. I won't risk anyone else. You think I would tell someone that I'd speak about this? Robb said, anger rising in his voice. I think that your knowledge puts my life at risk, and that's my decision to make. I'm used to living with that risk. Twice, people have tried to kill me. I lost a good man to one of those attacks, but I'm ready for them. If they come for me, I'll be prepared. You really think I would say anything? Robb pressed. I don't know, Robb. You're angry and confused. I can't predict what you'll do with that. If you're asking me whether I'm willing to risk my life on the assumption that you won't, then yes, it's my life, and it's mine to risk. What about my father? Robb asked. I just told you I won't share that information. Please, Jon, give me something. Can I speak to my father about this? Thank you, Robb said, beginning to walk away. You are my brother, Jon, now and always. Now and always, Jon replied, watching Robb leave. He wished he could share more, to explain everything, but Robb wasn't ready for the full truth. Unlike with Sansa, there was still a distance between him and his brother. If Robb knew too much, it would endanger too many lives. It was better this way, at least until his brother spoke to their uncle. When Barristan and Arthur returned, Jon spoke to them, and despite their protests, he felt justified in his decision. Robb wouldn't speak out, not yet, at least, not until he had a conversation with his father. After bidding Barristan good night, Jon settled into his thoughts, knowing the weight of the secret he carried. He walked to his uncle's room and explained what had happened. How much does he know? His uncle asked. He knows who I am and that I intend to claim the throne. That's it. What about his mother? No. I'll speak to him. I'll tell him I'm supporting you and explain my reasons. Don't mention the others yet, uncle. Give him time to come to terms with everything. In a few moons, we can talk to him again. How are you feeling? His uncle asked, concern etched on his face. Like I should have pulled him aside and spoken to him sooner. Perhaps, or maybe it's better this way. Go sleep, you have a big day tomorrow. Good night, uncle. Good night, Jon. Highgarden, 295 AC, Brienne was a bit frustrated that she wasn't allowed to fight in the duels, but her age prevented her from participating. However, she was surprised to find a note under her door when she got ready to break her fast that morning. Opening it, she wondered why he wanted to meet her but didn't dwell on it as she went to eat. She brushed off the strange atmosphere of people preparing for the duels. She knew that Robb and Cregan hadn't competed, and Loras seemed almost eager for the events to begin. Jon, however, was absent. As she looked around, she noticed that his sisters, Joy and Margaery, seemed a bit concerned about it. Her worries faded when Jon finally strolled in with Ser Walder. Taking his seat, he immediately began to joke, and soon the tension of the morning dissipated. Later, as they were on their way to the tents, Ser Walder pulled her aside. "You got my note?" he asked. "I did. Given the coin I won, I find myself in a much different position. I can now afford to outfit and manage a squire, something I wasn't able to do before." "That's good, isn't it?" she replied, unsure of where he was going with this. "It is. I want you to be my squire," he said, and she stared at him in shock. "Me?" she asked, incredulously. But I'm a girl," she replied, initially feeling annoyed when he laughed. Then she realized his laughter wasn't directed at her but rather at her words. "I can see that. I'm from the north, Brienne. I've known lady warriors, I've seen them. I wish you to be my squire. What say you?" "I would be honored, Ser Walder," she said, dropping to one knee. "Good. We shall start on the morrow. You already know most of the duties. I will arm and armor you when I judge you ready, and in time, you may earn a knighthood." "But I'm a girl," she repeated, and he laughed again. "I did hear you the first time," he said, and this time she laughed too. "Thank you, Ser Walder," she said, and he nodded. As they turned to walk toward the tents, she spotted Lady Olenna and her 2 giant guards approaching them. The closer they got, the more their size became apparent. "My grandson is in the tent with Jon, Ser Walder?" Olenna asked. "He is, my lady," Ser Walder replied. "Left, right, you two wait outside," Olenna commanded as they reached the tent. She too waited outside, standing with Walder and the 2 massive guards. Brienne imagined that to anyone passing by, the 4 of them must look like an imposing sight. "Left and right?" Walder asked. "I'm Eric, he's Eric," one of the twins said, and Brienne turned to the other. "Walder, this is Brienne," Walder said, gesturing toward her. We saw you both in the melee." "You did well, my lady, until you were distracted," Eric commented. "Thank you, though it was Ser Walder who took the day," she replied with a smile. "Ser Walder the Tall," Eric added, and Walder shot him a strange look. "What makes you say that?" Walder inquired. "I meant no offense, Ser. It's just what some of the small folk have been calling you," Eric explained. "After Ser Duncan?" Brienne asked, and Eric nodded. "That could be said about any of us," Eric chuckled, and Brienne couldn't help but laugh in response. "My father has a shield that once belonged to Ser Duncan, though how it came to be an even fall, I do not know," Brienne remarked. "A green shooting star above an elm tree at sunset?" Eric asked. "Aye, that's the one," Brienne confirmed, watching as the twins exchanged glances. "Just like the one mother has," Eric added. Before they could continue their conversation, Lady Olenna walked outside. After exchanging goodbyes with the twins, who she felt foolishly thought of as left and right, both nodded and left them alone. Brienne turned to Walder, who seemed lost in thought. She felt a curiosity bubbling in her mind and asked him, "What do you think about the shield?" "Strange, isn't it, that we both possess a shield that once belonged to Ser Duncan?" he replied. Ser Duncan traveled extensively. He and Prince Aegon visited many places throughout the realm, even Winterfell and the north. While it may not seem it, the world isn't that large. If you get the chance, travel is a good way to see that proven true. "Do you intend to travel, Ser Walder?" Brienne inquired. "I already am, Brienne. My path has taken me from the north to the west and now to the south. Maybe I shall go east one day," he said. Brienne found herself mulling that over. The idea of traveling did sound appealing. It was almost time for the duels. As Jon, Loras, and Cregan emerged from the tent, she moved alongside Ser Walder to check out the lists. Just like the tourney in King's Landing, this event would culminate in a melee, but given the number of participants, it would be far larger. 3 rounds of duels followed by a melee of over 30 people, and once again, she felt a pang of annoyance at not being able to compete. As they walked toward the yard, they were joined by other young squires and pages, some eager to participate, others merely watching with envy. Brienne found herself lost in thought. Excitement was rising in Highgarden, 295 AC. Olenna had arranged her meeting with Littlefinger for just before breakfast, determined not to let him encroach too much on her day. Sitting in her solar, she pondered what she would say to him. After everything he had done with her granddaughter, she had nearly gone to Jon, demanding he allow them to deal with Littlefinger right then and there. But that was her anger speaking. If Jon could hold his own, so could she. The audacity of Littlefinger to think he could manipulate them with a forged letter was infuriating. She wasn't even sure the prince was capable of writing such a thing, but even if he was, there was no way he had authored this letter. Olenna doubted the signature at the bottom was genuine. If he had indeed signed it, then he must not have understood what he was endorsing. Holding the letter in her hands, a smirk crossed her face. Jon hadn't even bothered to read it, which suggested just how little he cared. This only convinced her further that, like her, he recognized Littlefinger's fingerprints all over the letter. My dearest Margaery, I cannot begin to apologize enough for the events of this morning and for the harsh words I spoke to you later. I was so filled with worry for your safety that I fear my actions may have seemed to be something they were not. Seeing those wolves overwhelmed me with thoughts of what they could do to you, and in my panic, I acted rashly. Later, in the Grand Hall, I found myself accused of things I don't remember doing or saying. My father had refused to let me defend myself, and then when I heard your words, how you had misinterpreted the situation, my anger clouded my judgment. In trying to protect you, my lady, it seems I have instead caused you great offense, and I hope you can accept this sincere apology. I look forward to the opportunity to explain this to you in person, though I understand if you feel you need some time before allowing my presence. Ever hopeful. Joffrey Baratheon, Crown Prince of the Seven Kingdoms. The fact that Littlefinger thought anyone would expect a letter from that boy was a clear sign of his foolishness. Even more absurd was his belief that her granddaughter would not only write such a letter but also keep it to herself. Olenna placed the letter back in the drawer and waited, relieved that her wait wasn't long. My lady, I'm glad you've called for me, he said, his ever-present smirk already grating on her nerves as he approached her desk, left trailing slowly behind him. Are you indeed? Olenna replied, her tone icy. Certainly, my lady. Perhaps it's best if we speak in private? No, my lord, it is not. I have no desire to speak to you in private, and barely a wish to speak to you at all, she said, raising her voice slightly. Forgive me, my lady, but have I offended you in some way? He asked, feigning concern. Your very presence offends me. You think I wouldn't hear about that little stunt you pulled with my granddaughter? My lady, you have me at a loss, he said, a mock look of confusion on his face. I doubt that. You think I wouldn't hear about the things you said to my granddaughter regarding the joust? My lady, I was just offering my concern, especially given the youth of Lady Margaery's friend. Friend? She asked, shaking her head. Jon Snow, my lady. You really are a fool, Baelish. You think I called you here to discuss a bastard? I'm speaking to you about my grandson. My lady, he said again, playing the confused act. Don't give me that. You brought up how dangerous a tourney is, knowing full well what happened to Willis, knowing it would hurt my granddaughter to hear you say so. My lady, there has been a misunderstanding, he said, his voice rising a pitch. Left, Olenna commanded, and her guard moved forward, placing a hand on Littlefinger's shoulder. Well, let me be clear on this, Lord Baelish. I do not appreciate anyone harming my family, whether through words or actions, she said, pausing to nod at Left, who began to squeeze the man's shoulder tightly. My lady, please, he gasped, the pain evident in his voice. Remember this well, my lord. You may move in the corridors of power, but you are a minor lord from a minor house. How many men can you truly call upon, Lord Baelish? Do you think there's a man in your service who could match one of mine? She gestured toward Left, who released his grip on Littlefinger's shoulder. My lady, forgive me if I caused offense. It was not my intent, I swear, Littlefinger replied, rubbing his shoulder. Ensure that it does not happen again. As for the prince, my answer is no. We do not wish to be joined to that boy, and we will not bring our coin to bear, at least not for now. For now? He asked, curiosity piqued. For now. Let us see if the boy matures, and then we may speak again. My lady, he said with a slight bow as he rose and exited the room. She nodded to Left, who followed, and then she took a sip of the juice on her desk. It was far more blunt and direct than she would typically choose, but the intent would serve her purpose. He would believe they were upset over Willis and not Jon, consider them a potential ally, and especially see her as far less formidable than she truly was. A man like Littlefinger assumed those who resorted to violence were less clever than he, but he did not understand that sometimes, violence was necessary. Highgarden, 295 AC. The Squire's Duels. Cregan felt nervous as he stepped out. Until now, the largest crowd he had faced was at Casterly Rock when he, Jon, Loras, or Brienne would spar. But compared to this, that had felt like a quiet day. He could feel his hands shaking and hoped he wouldn't embarrass himself by dropping the tourney sword or something equally foolish. His opponent was a lad from the Vale, a young man. Cregan was squire to Ser Marwyn Belmore, known as Davith. As Cregan glanced at him, he could see the boy was just as nervous as he was. They stood in the center of the yard, waiting for the signal, and as soon as it came, they began. Quickly, Cregan felt his nerves fade away. He swung his sword, forcing his focus to shift from the crowd around him to the fight ahead, just as his uncle had advised. He won the first point after a series of strikes that Davith managed to parry. Changing up his style, he confused the boy. When Davith went to parry what he thought would be an orthodox strike, Cregan surprised him with an unorthodox move. His second point came with a thrust, but it cost him a point in return as Davith countered before he could retreat. The third and fourth points were much simpler, as Davith seemed to tire. The day is yours, Davith admitted, catching Cregan across the side just as Cregan landed his fifth strike against the boy's shoulder. You fought well, Cregan said, and Davith smiled as the herald announced Cregan's victory. They walked to the back together, but as they passed through the entrance, Cregan noticed Davith frown at a group of older boys approaching. There were 4 of them, and it was clear that they knew Davith well, given his reaction. Before the older boys could get too close, Jon and Loras arrived. Cregan noticed the oldest of the group, a blonde-haired lad with blue eyes, glare at them before he turned away. You did well, Cregan, Loras said, making him smile. I got lucky. On another day, it could have been Davith's victory, Cregan replied, and Davith smiled at them before bidding them farewell. Now we get to witness Loras's favorite activity in the whole world, Jon said, confusing Cregan for a moment. Beating up Florence, Jon added with a grin. Now if you'll both excuse me, I shan't be long, Loras said with a laugh as he headed back into the yard. Cregan looked at the boy he had faced. He had certainly bested Loras that day. Cregan observed his friend, concerned about the size and likely strength of his opponent. It seemed that Jon was unfazed, as if he knew the outcome of the match was already decided. In the end, Jon was proven right. Loras not only dominated the Florent, who Jon mentioned was part of Stannis's entourage, but he also landed some blows that looked particularly painful. Why doesn't he like the Florents? Cregan asked as Robb arrived. They think they should be ruling the Reach and aren't afraid to announce it to anyone who will listen. They also love to belittle Loras and his family at every opportunity. So, he takes it out on them whenever he can. That lad is lucky this isn't a joust, Jon replied, nodding in agreement. Robb, who are you facing? Cregan asked when his cousin reached them. A Brack squire, Robb answered. Watch out for your blind side and keep your sword firm in your hand, Jon advised. Robb nodded in acknowledgement. Who'd you get? Robb inquired. Ser Demon's squire, Jon said. As Loras returned, they all stood to watch two more lads head out before Jon began to tease their friend. All hail the conquering hero, he called out. Shut it, Loras replied with a smirk. That last hit must have hurt him, Cregan commented. Good, Loras shot back. As Robb stepped into the arena, they wished him good luck, and Cregan felt eager to see his cousin fight. They had shared a brief conversation earlier, and Robb seemed to believe him when he said he had no desire for Winterfell. Still, Cregan knew that thought lingered in the back of Robb's mind. He was determined to show his cousin through his actions that he posed no threat to him or his family. Jon's advice proved sound, and Robb emerged victorious, though it was closer than it should have been, 5 points to 3. Cregan assumed some of that was due to nerves. When Jon entered the arena, Cregan noticed that the boy he faced was wielding a spear. While he had encountered one himself and understood the challenge it posed. What you were supposed to do, he muttered, knowing he always had trouble with them. Watch this, Loras said as he and Robb looked on. Jon stood confidently with his thin blade and a dagger in his hand. The dagger was long, much longer than a typical knife, and closely matched the one he always carried. As the boy thrust with his spear, Jon swiftly blocked it with his sword. He followed through, pinning the spear to the ground and spinning around to hold the knife to the boy's throat. They heard him yield, even from where they stood, and Jon smiled as he walked back toward them. He's gotten better, Robb remarked. I remember that with Mira. Loras replied, and Robb nodded in agreement. The three of them strolled back to the tents while Jon stayed behind to watch more fights, including Joy's cousin's match. Once at the tents, they grabbed some water and waited for the second round. Robb found himself hoping that all four of them would make it to the melee. If not, he at least wanted to face one of them in the duels. Their sparring sessions were always competitive, but this felt different, and he could feel his excitement rise at the thought of competing against them properly. Robb was out of sorts, he knew it and realized it had nearly cost him in his first fight. The revelations from the night before weighed heavily on his mind, and the morning conversation with his father hadn't helped. He now understood that Jon was not only aiming for the throne, but that his father would support him. Given his connection with the West, he assumed Lord Jaime would, too. Jon would make a good king. As for the current king, Robb thought Robert wasn't all bad, despite his drinking and reckless behavior with women. He could see why Jon felt differently, and the very idea of what Jon had said disgusted him. To Robb, the realm seemed at peace, so why should they fight a war to unseat the king? But his son, well, they couldn't allow him to sit on the throne. So, he had asked his father why. Do you know the pool by the heart tree in Winterfell's God's Wood? His father asked. On the surface, it looks calm and placid, doesn't it? It does. Yet beneath it, life is going on, life that we don't see. That is the realm, Robb. Winterfell is the pool, and all seems well, but beneath it, the people suffer. I don't understand, father. You know about the tournament Jon won in King's Landing? Did you hear what he did with the prize money? No. He won 5,000 gold dragons, and he and Lady Margaery used that, along with some coin her family added, to feed the hungry. They set up provisions so that those who were going without now had food in their bellies. What does that have to do with him claiming the throne? As Lord, is it not my responsibility to ensure our people are fed? It is, Robb replied. Then isn't it the king's duty as well? I loved Robert, he was my brother by choice. But he was never meant to sit on the throne. What you see here is how he is. He doesn't rule, Robb, he enjoys being a king, and that's something very different. As he stepped out to face his second opponent, Robb tried not to dwell on it. His father had told him that Sansa knew, and he felt a bit put out by that, even though he understood that Jon's bond with his sister was stronger than his own. He had only spoken to her briefly, and what she had said had likely clarified things for him, even if he still wasn't fully on board with his brother yet. "You know of Jon?" he asked Sansa. "I. And what do you think?" he inquired. "When the snow falls and the white winds blow, the lone wolf dies, but the pack survives," Sansa said with a smile. Robb stood facing the young lad from the Stormlands, sword ready, and he thought more about it. Jon was pack, that much was clear. He would support him, he knew that deep down, and it was becoming clearer in his mind as well. His doubts stemmed from feeling upset about how he had learned the truth, and that Jon hadn't come to tell him himself. Robb was beginning to understand why things were the way they were. "You ready, boy?" the larger lad asked. Robb nodded as they began. The other boy was quick and technically skilled, almost as proficient as he was. Robb found his strikes being countered, and he was forced back. When he lost the first point, frustration bubbled up inside him. "Lost in your dreams, boy. Lost in your dreams is when the fight happens. Lost in your dreams is when you fall. Do you want to be a dead boy?" Robb smirked as he moved forward. "There is only one God," he thought, "and the only thing we say to him is, not today." He advanced swiftly, launching strikes from unexpected angles that caught the other lad off guard. The first strike landed on his shoulder, the second hit his arm as he turned, and the third struck the top of his leg. As he backed away from a retaliatory strike, Robb came in again, delivering a thrust followed by a side swipe. It was over. He walked back to the others, noticing the smiles on his brother's face and on Cregan's, which made it hard to hide his own grin. "You did well," Cregan said simply, in his usual style. "That was amazing. You moved so fast." "I think we might have some trouble with this one, Jon," Loras exclaimed, giving him a congratulatory slap on the shoulder. "Aye, a Braavosi swordsman in our very midst," Jon said, smiling. As Cregan and Loras prepared for their turns, Robb walked over to his brother and leaned in to whisper in his ear, "My blade is yours, my king, now and always." While he had enjoyed defeating the Florent and the lad from the Riverlands, it was this opponent that excited him the most. Lancel was an enigma, one that he and Jon both struggled to understand. They had tried their best to befriend him, and at times it seemed to work. But almost every time Lancel returned from spending time with his father or came back from anywhere else, it felt like they had to start all over again. Why? He didn't know. Lancel had become tiresome after the first few encounters, and so he stopped trying. Jon continued, but he felt his friend was wasting his time. Unlike Martin and Willem, or Walder and Tywin, the older Lannister seemed to have something against them. What that was, he wasn't sure. Initially, he thought it was Jon, but the more he pondered, the clearer it became that it wasn't just that. "Ready to be put in your place, Flower?" Lancel said arrogantly. "Ready to hear a cat meow, Lancel," Loras replied, smirking back. He relished the moment as he saw Lancel's smirk fade and braced himself for the angry strike that Lancel aimed at him. Loras had learned from Jon and Jaime not to show off, but facing Lancel, he couldn't resist. He began to spin his blade, making his movements increasingly elaborate. His first hit came almost like a dance towards Lancel. The second came after he nonchalantly parried some of Lancel's blows, feigning boredom until he caught him on the shoulder. As he considered his next move, a strike to his side winded him. Even though he couldn't see it, he could feel Jaime and Jon glaring at him. Taking it more seriously now, he found that Lancel was both ready and gaining confidence from his earlier hit. Loras managed to catch him on the thigh, and as he moved back, he struck Lancel once again on the shoulder he had hit earlier. But he was countered on the elbow and felt the shock of the blow travel down his arm. The last strike was pure luck. Lancel took advantage of Loras's arm not being fully recovered, and amidst the parries of their blows, he caught Loras with a riposte. It seems the day is mine, Lancel declared, mumbling as he walked to the back. When Loras reached the sidelines, he was met with enthusiastic congratulations from Robb and Cregan, though Jon's reaction was less enthusiastic. Jon nodded, fully aware of the reason behind his friend's annoyance, though it wasn't the only thing bothering him. Tywin, Martin, and Willem had all participated in the duels. Martin had managed to defeat both of his opponents, while Tywin and Willem had fallen short. On their own, these outcomes wouldn't have been enough to ignite Jon's ire. He had given them advice for their matches, but it was the boy who had beaten Tywin that Jon was particularly focused on. Luck could be a fickle thing, either a blessing or a curse. In the case of Harold Harding, Jon felt it was definitely the latter. Whether Harold knew about Jon's connection to Tywin or was simply being his usual self, Loras couldn't say. But Harold had hurt Tywin, not severely, but enough to make Jon feel the urge to rush onto the field. Then, to make matters worse, Harold had drawn Jon in the final round. As Jon paced, Loras could tell that Harold was about to learn a painful lesson. Jon didn't bother to speak to anyone except Martin, whose smile should have served as a warning. "Jon, go easy," Martin whispered. Jon simply smiled as he stepped out, with Harold following closely behind. Jon understood that anger wasn't a productive force, but seeing Tywin hurt, witnessing the tears in his eyes, and knowing he would have to speak to Genna later filled him with fury. The fact that it was Harding, likely seeking retribution against him, only deepened his guilt. Standing there, facing Harold, Jon knew he was going to hurt him. He closed his eyes and reached out for Ghost, soon locating the wolf among the crowd, resting beside his siblings while keeping watch over the field. Jon let the fire inside him cool, allowing the flames of his anger to retreat. When he opened his eyes again, the fury he felt was transformed. It was cold, calculating, and it promised to be very painful for Harold. Harold Harding. Jon allowed the boy to advance, giving him the first few strikes. He parried them weakly, drawing Harold in even closer before he pounced. The first blow landed hard on Harold's shoulder, precisely where he had struck Tywin. The second hit his left arm, setting up the third and fourth to target that same shoulder again. The final strike landed on Harold's wrist. Jon couldn't tell if he had broken it, but the cry of pain that escaped Harold's lips suggested he might have. As Harold's sword clattered to the ground and he clutched his injured wrist, Jon stepped in close enough to whisper, ensuring it looked like he was concerned for the boy. "You ever think of harming anyone I care for, even for the briefest moment, and this will be the least pain you'll ever know. Do you understand?" Harold looked at him silently. "I said, do you understand?" Harold replied. "Good. Now smile for the crowd, Harold." Jon turned and picked up the boy's sword as they walked to the back. He noticed the shocked expressions on Robb's and Cregan's faces, the almost resigned look on Loras's, but he focused on Martin's smile. Leaning in close to the boy who was about to face his own final opponent, Jon whispered in his ear, "Remember what I told you?" Don't stop moving, in and out as fast as I can," Martin responded. "Good fortune, Martin." "Thank you, Jon." In the end, Martin didn't need the encouragement. He was the best swordsman among Joy's cousins. Jon felt that Willem would favor the lance, while Walder was still growing awkwardly, making his hand-eye coordination a bit off at times. Tywin was good, but prone to slacking. Martin, however, took to his lessons well and would undoubtedly excel in the years to come. He won 5-2, and when he returned, Jon. Sansa felt a mix of excitement and worry as the boys prepared for the melee after lunch. Jon had made Harold promise to stay close to him during the event. While the others ate, Harold sat at the back of the tent with his eyes closed, warged into a small mouse. He scurried through the stands, eager to catch any snippets of conversation. Unfortunately, he couldn't pick up anything useful, so he opened his eyes and focused on the upcoming melee. They had agreed to stick together, not to work as a team exactly, but to ensure that no one got hurt. If it came down to it, they might have to face each other, and he wouldn't be surprised if one of them challenged him. After taking a swig of water, he prepared himself for the event. Sansa watched anxiously as the boys entered the arena. There were so many of them, and she remembered the previous melee and how dangerous it had been. In front of her, Arya, Lyanna, and Joy chatted excitedly, all three girls getting along well. Joy and Arya were competing to see who could be Jon's biggest cheerleader, a role Sansa knew neither could truly win. Her gaze drifted to Margaery, who was sitting with her family. Sansa recalled how Jon had injured the boy from the Vale, the blonde lad who had hurt Tywin. Hearing Joy's laughter when it happened was unsettling, especially since it was her cousin he had hurt. Sansa felt a mix of relief that Jon himself had come out unscathed and worry, as she had never seen him so angry before. As the herald stood up to announce the event, she found herself silently praying for the safety of those she cared about. "Your graces, my lords and ladies, I present to you the squire's melee," the herald declared loudly. Sansa leaned forward, her heart racing as she tried to keep track of the boys in the arena, but there were simply too many of them. She squinted, trying to identify Robb among the chaos, only to realize the lad she thought was him was someone else entirely. Leaning closer, she asked. Arya and Joy were determined to find Jon. "He's over there with Martin," Joy said, pointing to the edge of the field. Arya's eyes followed Joy's finger, and there he was, her brother, with Martin beside him, facing off against two other boys. The swords of the opponents seemed to move slowly compared to the blur of Jon's strikes. When Arya saw Jon trip one of the boys, she cheered loudly, just like the three girls in front of her. As he pointed his sword at the boy's neck, Arya held her breath until the boy yielded. Jon then turned his attention back to Martin's fight. "Martin is good," Joy said excitedly. "He's your cousin, right?" Arya asked. "Yes. Can you see what Jon is doing?" Joy replied, her smile wide. Sansa didn't need to hear the answer, she could see it clearly. Jon wasn't interfering in Martin's fight, but he was watching over him. When Martin made the other boy yield, Sansa noticed how both boys moved back into the crowd. Once again, she struggled to identify who was who and felt embarrassed to ask Arya and Joy for help. They seemed far more confident than she was. Instead, Sansa closed her eyes and reached out to fawn. As she did, something strange occurred. She sensed the presence of another thread, beckoning her to pull on it. Unable to resist, she followed it and discovered a closed door. As she approached, it swung open, and suddenly, she felt herself soaring. She was a bird, flying over the arena, small and swift. Looking down on the duels, she flew a little closer and could clearly see everyone, recognizing them all. She opened her eyes and smiled, glancing up to see the small, brown bird soaring above. Excited, she closed her eyes again and searched for the door, finding it even more easily this time. It was incredible. She had thought only fawn was meant to be hers, that she could warg into her wolf and that would be it. Now, it seemed she wasn't just a wolf, she was also something more. As the field thinned, Jon's gaze darted everywhere and nowhere at once. He was engaged in battle, taking down squires while also keeping an eye on those he cared about. He sensed that something was about to give. Just as he heard Martin yield, he narrowly avoided a hard blow to the head, so focused was he on ensuring Martin's safety that he had momentarily forgotten his own. With renewed determination, he moved quickly, wielding his sword and dagger before finally using his legs to sweep one boy's feet out from under him. "Yield?" "Aye," the boy replied, and Jon moved on. Now, less than half the field remained, and he was surprised to see that Cregan was the only one of the four still standing. He had no idea what had happened to Loras and Robb. Were they hurt? Who had beaten them? As he approached Cregan, he saw him facing two boys from the Vale, one of whom he recognized as Michael Redfort, while the other was unfamiliar. By the time Jon reached Cregan, he found that Cregan had also been defeated, leaving them with fewer than 10 combatants. The two Vale boys glanced at Jon before stepping aside, and he soon found himself confronted by two new opponents. They charged at him together, and as he parried one strike, the other boy aimed his attack. It took him a moment to reposition himself, but when he did, he caught the first boy's blade and deflected it, pushing him into his companion. "Yield," Jon said, kneeling down with his sword at the neck of the boy farthest from him, and his dagger poised at the other boy's chest. "Aye," they responded in unison. Looking around, Jon noted that there were now only 7 left in the competition. 2 were engaged in a duel, while the other 4 appeared to be in discussion, glancing his way. Not wanting to wait for their intentions to unfold, Jon quickly rose to his feet and sprinted as fast as he ever had. He collided with the first boy from behind, knocking him several feet away. The second boy he struck with the flat of his blade, landing a solid hit at the back of his knee and watching him crumble. Jon recognized the last 2 combatants, Michael and a boy from the Vale. As they approached him, he took aim with his dagger and threw it, striking the Vale boy squarely on the forehead. Michael stared at him in shock as his companion collapsed to the ground, and in that instant, he found himself face to face with Jon's sword. Without hesitation, Jon moved in for the strike, catching Michael as he raised his blade. Jon had put all his strength into the blow, and as he watched Michael's sword drop, he swiftly raised his own to the boy's neck. "Yield," Jon commanded. "Aye," Michael replied, glancing over to see the 2 boys he had bested earlier getting back on their feet. Once again, Jon charged forward. As he drew closer and noticed their swords being lifted, he slid to the ground, catching the nearest boy off guard. With his sword raised, Jon struck the boy on the knee, bringing him down once more. Quickly getting back to his feet, he parried the blow that came next and then spun, using the hilt of his sword to bash against the boy's chest. "Yield," he said to the winded opponent. "Aye," the boy gasped. The other boy, still on the ground and clutching his knee, looked up as Jon walked over, raising his sword and holding it to his chest. He didn't even need to ask. "I yield," the boy said, surrendering. The fight was over for the 2 who had taken no part, and as Jon turned to face the remaining victor, he noticed the boy he had struck with the dagger was staggering to his feet. Still focused on the other boy, Jon raised his sword again. The still dazed boy quickly yielded and made his way to the back unsteadily. As Jon studied the last lad, he felt a sense of familiarity. "You're Jon Snow," the boy said. "Aye, and you are?" Jon asked. "Domeric Bolton." While Jon had initially thought the duels were a waste of time, he found himself enjoying the challenge, even with Robert's incessant cheering beside him. The way Robert cheered for Jon made him feel as if he thought of the boy as his own son, rather than considering Jon to be his nephew. Jaime Lannister had remarked that Jon was an incredible swordsman, a sentiment Jon had proven true during their time in Winterfell. But here, he was truly in his element. Jaime watched as Jon protected the young blonde lad, giving him his full attention. This annoyed him, though not as much as it irritated Jaime. It wasn't that Jon was defending the boy, that was admirable in itself, or that he wasn't protecting his friends, who were managing well on their own. The real issue was that Jon was distracted. By focusing on the young lad, he was neglecting the battlefield. This became painfully clear when the boy yielded, and Jon appeared almost shocked to realize that only Cregan remained out there. If he hadn't been sitting with Robert, he might have missed it entirely. Even with a drink in hand, Robert's instincts for fighting were sharper than Jon's. "They're targeting them," Robert said beside him. "Who?" "Those lads. They're targeting Jon's friends." So Jaime focused his attention and saw it clearly. Robb was first. He had just defeated an opponent when the 2 boys moved in on him. Robb was skilled, but he was outmatched and soon yielded. They did the same to Loras, though it took only one. As soon as Loras won his fight, the boy's sword was upon him. He was so taken by surprise that he yielded immediately. "They're worried about your boy, Ned. They don't want to face him without the numbers, just like in King's Landing." "What?" They tried it in King's Landing too, but your boy put them to the sword, Ned. It was absolutely glorious, Robert said, laughing as he took a swig of his ale. What Jaime saw next could indeed be described as glorious. The crowd certainly thought so, and for Ned, he had only witnessed such prowess from one man before. But Jon fought differently than Arthur. He employed a mix of everything: speed, technique, power, and the raw ferocity of northern melee. Jon's tactics were nothing short of extraordinary. He moved like a raging inferno, and with each boy he took down, Robert offered his commentary. Did you see that, Ned? By the gods, where did he learn to fight like that? Ha! He never saw that coming. How many is that now, Ned? Robert's enthusiastic praise for Jon was endless. While Ned admired Jon's performance, a nagging worry crept in about the anger and rage that simmered beneath the surface. It wasn't an outright fury, but it was a kind of rage nonetheless, and he hoped it was under control. Just the two of them left. Isn't that a Bolton? Robert said. Aye, that's Roose's lad, Domeric, Ned replied. This should be good, then. The boys got no chance, Ned. Isn't that right, Ser Barristan? Ned turned to the knight. He had known Barristan had declared for Jon, but now, seeing the devotion on his face, it was unmistakable. He had encountered that look before: men who serve a noble prince, men who hope to serve a good king. Aye, your grace, I've not seen a swordsman like Jon in many a year. Nor I. What say you, Ned? I've not seen Domeric fight, but I agree. I've not seen anyone fight like Jon either, he said, nearly choking from the force of Robert's backslap, though it was mostly due to his own words. A chip off the old block, Ned. His father's son, that one. Aye, Ned replied with a smile. Jon truly was. As the two boys lined up, Ned was pleased to see Jon smiling, and he noted the grin on Domeric's face as well. However, the fight was far from even. Although Domeric managed to land a hit, that was the extent of his success. Jon fought with calm precision, dismantling Domeric with speed and technique, ultimately winning 5-1. See? I told you, didn't I tell you? Robert laughed loudly. Your graces, my lords and ladies, I present to you the winner of the Squire's Melee, Jon Snow. Ned listened to the cheers and applause from the crowd, turning his gaze to Jon. He was taken aback to see that Jon's smile seemed so forced. Chapter 85, Good Queen Alysanne. Highgarden, 295 AC. Jaime stood among the cheering crowd, celebrating Jon's victory, but unlike most, he wasn't surprised when Jon didn't show up for the feast. Later, he heard that Jon had met with Joy in her room for their story and had spoken briefly to Margaery. Still, Jaime understood what was really on his king's mind. The next morning, he kissed his wife, checked on Joanna, and made his way to the sparring yard. There, he found Jon training with Arthur and Ghost, twisting and turning as he struck various parts of the training dummy. Jaime picked up a tourney sword and took his position, waiting for Jon to notice him. When their eyes met, Jaime tapped the ground 3 times, signaling the start of their sparring session. Jon poured even more effort into each swing. Jaime had expected Jon's frustration, so he found it less surprising, but even Arthur was growing accustomed to Jon's routines. My cousins were singing your praises last night, Jaime said. They shouldn't, Jon replied. No, they should. What you did to Harding. Tywin enjoyed it immensely. Oh, Jon said, and it became even clearer that Jaime had been right. Have you chosen your gift for Margaery? He asked, noticing Jon's swing lose some of its power. Aye, but I don't know when to give it to her, before or after. Not during. People would talk, Jon said, his movements beginning to quicken. Let them talk. Your sister is fostering with her, Jon. Loras and your friendship are known. Gifting her on her name day wouldn't be seen the way you think. Jaime watched as Jon nodded, his expression shifting. He had noticed it yesterday, but it was even more evident this morning. Jon was getting faster. However, when Jaime looked up at Jon's face, he was taken aback. The blow that Jon landed next surprised them both, so much so that Jon actually paused to look at him, and Jaime found himself once again face to face with a formidable opponent. "Ghost," Jon said, glancing at the wolf. "My lord?" "Walk with me, Jon." Jaime tried to shake the image of the prince from his mind. They strolled through the gardens, with Ghost darting ahead to ensure their path was clear. When they reached a secluded spot, Jaime sat down while Jon chose to remain standing. A moment of silence passed before Jon finally spoke up. "I messed up," he admitted, a hint of resignation in his voice. "You did," Jaime replied. "I was so focused on Martin, especially after what happened with Tywin. I was so fixated on him that I couldn't protect them." "Protect who?" Jaime asked, though he already knew the answer. "Loras, Robb, Cregan. I left them alone." "I wasn't there for them," Jon said, sighing as he stared at the ground. "You're not supposed to be," Jaime said, and Jon's head snapped up to meet his gaze. "I am. Of course, I am. They're my friends. Who are old enough to protect themselves." "Arthur, who do you protect in a fight?" "The king," Jon answered simply. "Even at the risk to everyone else?" Jon's surprise showed. He knew that Jaime wasn't that naive. "Your life is the most important," Jaime insisted. "It's not. Loras, Robb, Cregan, if that had been a real fight, I would have lost them." "If that had been a real fight, you'd be dead," Jaime countered. He looked at Jon, trying to make him understand. "You should have concentrated on your own safety first and foremost." Jaime shook his head as Jon opened his mouth to respond. "No, you need to learn this and learn it now. Of course, you protect your friends if you're able, but Jon, you can't do so at the cost of your own life, not even in a mock fight like a melee. They are my friends." "My blood," Jon said, his voice rising in anger. "They are old enough to fight and compete. Do you think they blame you for their losses?" "They should," Jon muttered, looking down again. "No. You deserve blame for what you did, but not because they lost. You deserve blame because you almost lost too." Jaime said, "I don't understand." Jon turned to him. "Arthur and I were brothers," he said, quickly adding when Arthur looked at him, "Our brothers. In a fight, I would try to protect my brother, but not at the expense of the king, nor even my own life," Arthur explained. "Was it that way at the Tower of Joy?" Jon asked. "I saw Gerald fall, and then I saw Oswell fall. I couldn't reach them. I had to fight the men in front of me because there was something far more important that I needed to stay alive to protect," Arthur said softly. "Me," Jon said, resigned. "You," Arthur replied, a smile spreading across his face. "When I was sitting in the throne room, I thought I had done what was needed. I didn't think, had I then?" "It's not your fault," Jon said, reaching out to place his hand on Arthur's shoulder. Just as your friend's falling is not your fault, Jon. It's in me, Jaime, Arthur. I can feel it. I need to do it. I don't know how to stop it, but I can't lose anyone else." "I can't," Jon said, shaking his head. Then he grabbed Arthur and held him tightly. Jon wasn't sobbing, but the need radiated from him. He felt Jon's breathing at first quicken, then gradually calm down. No matter how many times he tried to teach him this lesson, it hadn't taken, and he wondered if he needed a different approach. For now, though, he just offered the comfort he could, knowing that this was as much what Jon needed. Eventually, it was Jon who pulled away, and Jaime was pleased to see a smile appear on his face. As he told him that the boy he'd faced last was a Bolton squire in the Vale, Jaime noticed a gleam in Jon's eye. "What?" he asked, curious about what plan Jon had in mind. He gives us an in to the Vale, Jon said. Just like Beric does in the Stormlands. Beric? Jaime asked, momentarily confused. Lord Beric is to marry Arthur's sister, his squire is Arthur's nephew. He's a good man, and I've spoken to him more than once. Dondarrion? Aye. What are you planning? Jon asked, chuckling. With Beric, I've simply invited him to the Rock. We could perhaps offer him some trade and gauge his intentions. I saw how he looked at Joffrey. I doubt he wants to serve such a king. And what about the Boltons? That's trickier, but I think we could win him over. Even if it doesn't benefit us in the Vale, the Boltons are among my uncle's strongest bannermen. Roose is not a pleasant man, but his heir may be more reasonable. Speak to Richard about both of them before you make any plans, Jon. Let him investigate further. What do you intend to do about the Blackfish? I'm not sure. With Bran squired to him, and now with Bran and Myrcella to be wed, I think we need to bring him into the fold. But you know his house words? Family, duty, honor. Aye, and family comes first. Jon nodded, and Jaime could see the weight of those words. Jon, about the melee, Jaime began. I understand. You're not the first to tell me I'm a fool, Jon replied, glancing at Arthur. Who told you that? I believe it was Arthur, he chuckled. As your hand, it's my duty to remind you, Jaime said, sharing a small laugh. Thank you, Jon replied, his gaze sincere. Jaime understood that Jon was grateful for more than just the conversation. Come, let's break our fast. That wolf of yours is eyeing me like I'm a piece of bacon, or gods forbid, a sausage. Jaime laughed. He would speak to Oberyn and have him reinforce the point too. If they had to remind Jon every day he fought, then so be it. He needed to know that the only thing he should take from a fight was his own life, even if it cost others theirs. Highgarden, 295 AC. Jojen hadn't had much of a chance to spend time with Jon since arriving here. He had spent time with Loras, and he and Mira had both met with Cregan. His sister, despite the ongoing tournament and her own interests, was always focused on the bigger picture. Jojen had spent more time with Sansa and the other girls and had met both Margaery and Joy. But Jon seemed to have no time for him, and Jojen felt a twinge of disappointment that they hadn't had a chance to talk. Even now, as they walked together, he felt a bit annoyed, knowing that Jon had come to him not to catch up or see how he was doing, but because he needed his help. As they strolled through the gardens, with Walder and Jorah following behind, Jojen tried to set aside his feelings, but it was difficult. I know, Jon said, glancing at him. What? Jojen asked, turning to look at Jon. That I haven't spent enough time with you, or with Mira. I haven't been the best friend, Jon admitted, his voice tinged with sadness. Jon. No, I know. I wish I could promise it'll be different or that I'm sorry, which I am. It's just, gods, Jojen, the time. I have no time. I'm not even where I need to be yet, and there's no time. It's all right, Jojen replied. No, it isn't. I've been no good to anyone since I've been here. You know I came hoping to spend time with Margaery, and I've spent less time with her than I did when she visited the Rock. It's her name day, she's who we came here for, and I've barely seen her at all. I understand, Jojen said. I had hoped Liara would be here. He felt a blush creeping up his cheeks. You've kept in touch? Jon asked as they continued deeper into the gardens. I had hoped the great Jon would bring her along, but he didn't. Looks like neither of us got what we wished for from this trip, Jon said with a chuckle. You should come to Greywater Watch, Jojen suggested a moment later. I'd like that. We should arrange it. Jojen, I'm sorry. Can you tell Mira for me that I'm sorry? Jojen replied. They had reached an open area, and to Jojen's surprise, he saw Lord Stark, Sansa, Robb, Arya, and Bran sitting there with their wolves. Lady Jonelle was there too, and Jojen felt a mix of curiosity and warmth at the sight. Thought nothing of it at first. As they approached, he noticed Sansa playing with a small brown bird, and he could see that Jon was just as surprised as he was. "It seems someone started without us," Jon remarked, and Sansa's eyes widened as the bird flew away. "It seems someone never told me I could fly too," Sansa replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Jon chuckled at her words. "Lord Stark, Jojen will help you when you head back. He, Mira, and Lord Reed will join you, and he'll provide the instructions that I can't. Listen to him and do as he says, he knows more about this than any of you," Jon said, glancing at Arya and Bran before looking back at Jojen. "Are you going to teach us to be a wart?" Bran asked innocently. "It's a warg, stupid," Arya laughed. "That's what I said, a warg," Bran insisted, emphasizing the last word. I'm going to try, and then Jojen will teach you how to manage it better," Jojen replied as he sat down with Arya and Bran. Meanwhile, Jon settled in with his uncle, brother, and sister. Jojen reflected on what Jon had said about the doors and how he had just opened them. "Close your eyes," he instructed. Both Arya and Bran complied. "Now, I want you to think of your wolves. Picture what they look like and what they might be seeing." He watched as they both tried but struggled. Arya opened one eye to check where Nymeria was, then closed it again, describing what she had seen with her open eye. "You can't look at it, Arya. You need to think it, to imagine it. Can you see it yet?" "No," she admitted, clearly frustrated. "Bran? I can see it. Summer is rolling in the grass," Bran said excitedly. Jojen turned to see the wolf doing just that. "Good. Now look closer. Can you see a door?" It's open." "I'm walking inside," Bran replied. A moment later, Bran's eyes shot open, and he looked almost frightened as he turned to Jojen, backing up slightly in the grass. "Bran, are you all right?" Jon asked, moving toward him. "I saw it. I saw the grass through Summer's eyes," Bran said, his voice laced with fear. "That's good, Bran. There's nothing to be scared of," Jonelle reassured him. Jojen observed as Bran glanced from her to him. "There isn't?" Bran asked, doubt creeping into his voice. "No, it's not scary at all. It's a good thing. Now, let's try again," Jojen encouraged. It quickly became clear that Bran was a natural at this, while Arya struggled to find her connection. After several attempts to help her concentrate, Jojen sighed in frustration. He stood up and walked over to Jon, whispering in his ear. Jon seemed to have better luck. Robb had grey wind licking his hand, and Lord Stark wore a proud smile. Sansa, he guessed, was soaring through the skies, and he hoped Jon had spoken to her about that. It was easy to get lost in the clouds while warding into a bird. As Jon approached Bran and Arya, Jojen waited for the others to open their eyes. For the next couple of hours, he guided them on how to enhance their connection. He explained that the more they warged, the easier it would become, promising to talk to them further when they traveled. Looking over at Jon and then at Arya, who was clearly immersed in her wolf at that moment, Jojen pondered whether it was Jon's own magic at play or if he was simply more attuned to warding than he was. Whatever the reason, it was evident that Jon had helped Arya in ways he could not, perhaps because he understood her better, knowing how to reach her in ways Jojen could not. By the time they headed back to the keep, Jojen was hungry but had thoroughly enjoyed the day spent with the Starks and his friend. He hoped Mira's day had been just as good and that Jon would soon accept his invitation to visit the Neck. Highgarden, 295 AC, Wyman enjoyed feasts, but even he was growing weary of them. There was the feast the day the tourney ended, the one the following night, and the next one, with yet another grand feast approaching to mark the conclusion of it all. Finally, it was the name day celebration for Lady Margaery. At least this event and the end feast promised to be different. Wyman woke up feeling barely able to move. He chuckled to himself, realizing he had overindulged the night before and really should have known better. He dressed and made his way to break his fast, deciding for once not to eat. As he settled down at the table, he was surprised to see Jon walk in and approach his table instead of the Lannisters. "What brings you to my table, Jon?" "Not that we don't welcome the visit," Wyman said. "I fear I've been most neglectful, my lord. With all the hospitality you've shown me, I haven't supped with you even once during the tourney," Jon replied. "That's understandable, Jon. You did have a melee to win, after all," Wyman laughed, and both Wylis and Jon joined in. "Well, I think it's been quite remiss of you, Jon. A girl might think you dislike her or have forgotten that we're friends," Willa said with a smirk. "Perish the thought, my lady," Jon said, causing Wyman's granddaughter to smile more broadly. "I never forget my friends, which is yet another reason for my coming to your table, my lord." "It is?" Wyman asked, intrigued. I was wondering if you have plans for lunch?" Jon asked, and Wyman had to suppress a smirk as Jon's expression made it clear this wasn't going to be an ordinary lunch. "I'm sure my plans could be changed," Wyman replied. "Then I'll have Jors escort you to the summer garden, my lord. I'm sure you'll find the lunch enlightening." "I'm sure I will," Wyman said, nodding in agreement. After saying his goodbyes to both Willa and Winifred and congratulating his granddaughter on her betrothal, he expressed how happy he was to soon call the Manderleys kin. The thought made Wyman's chest puff out with pride. He watched as, instead of returning to his table, Jon chose to sit with more of the northern lords, paying close attention to their conversation. Wyman turned his attention to a young boy nearby. "Wylis, who is that lad?" he asked his son, unable to recognize the boy Jon was speaking with. "That's Roose's son, Domeric. Jon beat him in the final," Wylis replied. Roose's heir, Wyman thought, intrigued. His father hadn't visited in ages, and he resolved to learn more about the boy. If Domeric had been anyone else's son, he might have asked Willa to speak with him. But he wouldn't risk having his granddaughter near a flayed man if he could avoid it. The rest of the morning seemed to drag on. Wyman met with Kevin, discussing their dealings with the Valerians. Kevin was curious about why they were offering such a large cut. They soon shifted their conversation to Raymond Derry. The king wanted both of them involved in the associate trade and had assured them that any shortfall wouldn't come from his end or Kevin's for long. "You know why he wants this, Kevin," Wyman said. I know. It just feels like we're giving them coin. Even the ships Orain has brought to us can't compare to our own. That's why we have them making runs down the Essos coast. We're not losing much on this, and you know Jon, if he says we'll earn it back, then I believe him. I do too. But gods, have you seen that hat? Kevin asked, chuckling. Wyman laughed heartily. And here I thought about buying you one just like it. Kevin joined in the laughter. We should both get one, even if it's just for the next time we meet with him. We should. You should come visit Lannisport, Wyman. I'm sure Dorna would love to have you at our home. I will. We'll arrange it soon, you have my word on that, Kevin. Just then, they were interrupted by Jors. I need to go. We'll speak later, Kevin. Kevin replied with a nod. Wyman followed Jon's guard down the corridor and out to the garden, where he found Jon sitting at a table with Lady Olenna and her. Wyman entered the room, where the three of them were speaking softly. It was Jon who noticed him first and stood to his feet. Wyman gestured for the older woman and the young man to remain seated as he took his own place. Lord Wyman, may I introduce you to Lady Olenna and Lord Willis Tyrell? Jon said. My lady, Lord Willis, Wyman replied. Lord Manderley, the young man said, glancing at Olenna, who regarded him silently. You can, of course, speak freely here, my lord. You're among friends, Jon reassured him, trying to put him at ease, though he didn't seem to need it. Of course, Jon. I'm puzzled, though, about the nature of this meeting, Wyman replied. I believe you and Lady Olenna can both help each other out, my lord. The Reach's goods would be greatly appreciated in Essos, and given how the ice cabins work, they can now be transported much more easily. I can see how that would work, Wyman said, his mind racing with possibilities. I'm sure that both you and Lord Willis can come to a mutually beneficial arrangement. I hope you'll forgive me if I don't stay, Jon said, standing up. He urged them to keep their seats as he walked away. Wyman noticed that Lady Olenna wanted them to have their lunch before discussing business, though it quickly became clear from her questions that she was sizing him up. The small jabs about his weight soon ceased, and whatever test she had put him through, he had clearly passed. Jon thinks very highly of you, Lord Wyman, Olenna remarked, looking at him. As do I of him, my lady, Wyman replied. I believe congratulations are in order, my lord. Jon told us about his brother and your granddaughter, Lord Willis said. A happy match, my lord, much like Jon's own, Wyman responded, noticing Olenna's smirk. I think we can dispense with the verbal jousting, Wyman, Olenna said. It can be dispensed with, Olenna, he agreed. Our own fruits, the arbor's wines, along with grains and some other items would be best to start with, I think, Olenna suggested. I'd keep the grain, my lady. The fruits, while there is a large market for them, and wine as well, would be a great opportunity for you. However, perhaps the fruits would be the best choice, Wyman suggested, offering House Tyrell a chance for their greatest profit. It would, but we must share the wealth, Wyman. I believe Jon wants us all to prosper, Olenna replied. He does, Wyman said with a smile. By the time their conversation concluded, he had managed to organize an incredible deal. The Lannisters would also benefit, utilizing both his and Kevin's ships, in total for this route alone. As he walked back to his room to prepare for the end feast that night, Wyman calculated in his mind that he would more than triple the outlay they were giving to Raymond and Montfort. Jon had once again proven true to his word, and if demand increased, which he had no doubt it would, considering the success of the ice trade in Essos, then the profits would be even greater by the end of it all. He found himself whistling as he dressed, recalling how Olenna had called it growing strong, and he couldn't agree more. That had been his focus since the tourney of Lannisport. Highgarden, 295 AC, Oberyn. He had spoken to his nephew after Jaime's inquiry, but he had taken a different approach, using Alerie to convey his message. She was much better at expressing the importance of their family without making the boy feel guilty. You are all that remains, Alerie said to Jon. You are Elia, Aegon, and Rhaenys. You are Rhaegar and Lyanna. If you fall, then it was all for nothing. But they are my friends. Is it not right for me to try to protect them? Jon replied. And what of how we would feel if you fell, Jon? What about Margaery? Alerie countered. Even Oberyn turned to her, but he only saw her shaking her head. He said nothing. Forget that there are those who wish to see you crowned, nephew. There are also those of us who want to see you grow old and have a family of your own. I'm sorry, Aunt. Good. Now, next time, think more clearly. Don't upset me, nephew. I may seem nice, but I'm really not, Alerie said, before hugging Jon and smiling at him over the boy's head. You are nice. Fierce but nice, Jon whispered, and Oberyn watched as Alerie kissed the boy's cheek. He had to give her credit. The boy who had left their room was clearly more aware of how his well-being affected those around him. When he had asked Alerie why she had been so tough on him, she had laughed, saying that unlike Obara, Jon would actually listen to her. Now, seeing him at the end feast, Oberyn could see that she was right. The atmosphere in the room felt different, more meaningful. compared to some of the feasts they had attended while there. With the prizes to be awarded and each of the champions to be honored, he found himself looking forward to it more than ever. Nym and Tyene were flirting with some knights from the Stormlands, while Lord Renly sat with the Tyrells, trying to engage a clearly bored Margaery. Obara was seated with them beside the Lords of the North, and both Alerie and he found the Northerners far more pleasant company than some of the others. The Lannisters had treated his paramour as she deserved to be treated, and Lady Olenna had also been kind to her. Mace, however, whether due to his own biases or not, had not been as gracious. "Your Graces, my lords and ladies, it's time for the prize giving," a herald announced, before calling up Prince Jalabar to collect his prize for winning the archery contest. "I thank you, Lord Tyrell, your Graces," Jalabar said, holding the note for 5,000 gold dragons in his hand. Oberyn then watched as Jon walked up to collect his prize for the horse race, with Willis standing to present it. "Congratulations to you, Jon. Perhaps do you need a stallion to go with your mare?" Willis asked, handing Jon the note for the 1,000 gold dragons. He was certain his nephew would find a way to gift it away, just like the small dagger he now carried as an example of Jon's generosity. "I thank you, my lord. I believe a stallion would be most welcome," Jon replied as he made his way back to his seat. Next up was Walder, who received a prize of 10,000 gold dragons, but it was the respect of the warriors in the room that he had truly earned. Ser Garland presented this prize. "Well done, Ser Walder. I think I speak for everyone in this room when I say it was an incredible performance," Ser Garland said, handing him the note. "I thank you, Ser Garland," Walder said humbly. "Ser Walder, your king wishes to speak to you," Robert announced, and Oberyn couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the absurdity of the statement. The rotund stag was no more Walder's king than he was Oberyn's. "Your Grace?" Walder asked, looking toward Robert. "A fine performance, Sir. If you were guarding anyone other than Ned's lad, would ask you to join the King's Guard," Robert said, prompting excited whispers from those hoping to see a new member cloaked. "Were I guarding anyone else, your Grace would consider it. But my grandmother's last wish was for me to protect a lad she thought of as kin, so my life is sworn to another. Then the realm's loss is young Jon's gain, Ser Walder. I and his father can rest easy knowing you stand at his back." "Your Grace," Walder responded with a small bow. The king then got up, loudly announcing he needed to relieve himself, leaving everyone to wait for his return. When he did come back, he surprised them all by not taking his seat. As Jon walked up to collect his second prize, even Oberyn could sense the tension in the room. The way the king was looking at Jon forced both his and Arthur's hands to rest on their hips. "I asked Lord Tyrell to allow me to present this prize myself, so forgive me for not." Taking his seat, the king addressed the quiet room. "A few years ago, I witnessed a boy fight in a squire's duel. At no more than 6 name days, he showed his mettle. Lord Jaime told me then that these boys were the future knights of the realm." He watched as Ser Barristan approached, pulling out his sword and handing it to Robert. "Jon Snow, your king asks you to take a knee." Jon looked at Barristan, who nodded encouragingly, and then he complied with the king's command. "Rise, Ser Jon. Rise now as a knight of the realm," the king declared, tapping him on both shoulders. Jon, Arthur, Jaime, and the others stood in disbelief. Oberyn noticed Jon's sister smiling broadly and saw Margaery subtly wipe her eyes. Yet, it was Jon's expression that would linger in Oberyn's mind. While Jon smiled, it was clear to Oberyn that the smile was forced, his teeth were pressed tightly together. He could only hope that the sound of the clapping masked the grinding of Jon's teeth or the stiffness in his voice when he spoke. "I thank you, your Grace, for this honor," Jon said. Oberyn felt relieved to see the broad smile on Robert's face, especially as the king looked to Ned Stark more than to Jon after that moment. "It is we who are honored, Ser Jon," Robert replied. He returned Barristan's sword and gave Jon a hearty slap on the back before walking back to the table. The rest of the night passed quickly. Jon seemed lost in thought, so much so that Alerie grew concerned. They were discussing it in his room after the feast had ended when a knock came at the door. "Prince Oberyn, if you'd follow me," Jorah said softly. Oberyn followed him outside, walking through the corridors and into the garden, surprised to find Ghost waiting for them. The three of them made their way to a secluded area at the back, where Jon, Arthur, Jaime, and Ser Barristan were gathered. It was clear that Jon Renly was filled with frustration. "Good, you made it," Jaime said, giving him a nod before turning to Jon. "Kneel." Oberyn looked just as confused as Jon. "Kneel," Jaime repeated. "Why?" Jon asked, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Jaime placed a reassuring hand on Jon's shoulder, prompting him to comply. As Jon knelt, Jaime drew his sword. "Jaehaerys Targaryen, in the name of the warrior, I charge you to be brave. In the name of the father, I charge you to be just. In the name of the mother, I charge you to defend the young and the innocent. And in the name of the maiden, I charge you to protect all women. Arise, Ser Jaehaerys, a true knight of the realm," Jaime declared, sheathing his sword once more. "Thank you," Jon replied, and Oberyn noticed the tears glistening in his nephew's eyes. In Highgarden, 295 AC, Renly was lost in his thoughts. His squire, a boy of just 13 name days, took a bold step, his lips and tongue sending a rush of sensations through Renly. He felt himself stiffen, but the day was upon them, and the keep was far too busy for such distractions. Noises in the night could be drowned out by the chaos, but the quiet of the early morning was another matter entirely. Reluctantly, he moved the boy away from his chest, pressing a soft kiss to his lips before rising. As he dressed, he glanced back at the bed, taking in the sight of the boy's bare form, the sheet having slipped away. He sighed, wishing it were still night or that he was back in Storm's End. Once he finished dressing, he urged the boy to get up and prepare for the day ahead. Renly couldn't shake the thought that there was nothing more beautiful or tempting in this world than a boy on the cusp of manhood. His squire was one of Lady Merton's grandsons, the youngest and most handsome of them all. Michael had entered Renly's service less than a year ago, and into his bed not long after. Renly found himself wishing it had happened sooner. Renly found himself lost in thought, wishing he could escape the predicament he now faced. Once they were both ready, he and Michael made their way to break their fast. He knew the mockingbird would call soon. "My lord, you seem troubled," Michael said. Renly shook his head. "No, it's just the early morning. I'm not fully awake," he replied as they entered the room. Taking his seat, he glanced around and saw Margaery sitting with the Starks, the Lannisters, her brother, and the newly knighted Jon Snow. His gaze moved from Loras to Jon, both strikingly handsome. Initially, it was Loras who had caught his attention, but soon it was the Stark bastard who drew him in. No boy should look that pretty, he thought, letting out a sigh as the scent of mint wafted past him. "Lord Renly," came the familiar voice. "Lord Baelish, come join us," Renly said reluctantly. "I will, my lord." "Thank you," Littlefinger replied, taking a seat. A fine tourney, was it not? Surprising in so many ways. It was. I long to return home, though. "This place feels almost endless," Renly said. "It has been long, but worthwhile, I hope. Besides, we could never miss the lady's name-day feast after accepting her family's hospitality for so long, could we?" Littlefinger pointed out. "Of course not, my lord. I assume you purchased a suitably impressive gift?" Littlefinger asked, eyeing him. "I hope so. It seems my attempts to impress the lady have been more successful than the prince's," Renly said with a smirk. "For now, my lord. Though I shall be most pleased if you prove true." As he watched Littlefinger leave, Renly cursed the day he got involved with him. He lamented his attraction and the lengths he had gone to deny it. It had been challenging enough to struggle with his inability to perform with the girl, but when he found himself aroused by her brother, the brothel keeper had quickly seized the opportunity. "We never judge, nor do we deny what our clients request, Lord Renly. We are here to provide a service, to indulge their desires, and to help them fulfill their greatest wishes," Littlefinger had said with a smile. He had fulfilled them over and over again, and when Littlefinger asked for a favor, Renly knew he was in trouble. If it were about a woman, he could have gone to Robert. His brother would have taken the man's head without a second thought. Renly had even considered sending men after him, but in the end, he relented. "Get close to the Rose," Littlefinger advised. "They want to be tied to the royal family, and you're a member, are you not? Get close to her, offer the betrothal, and all of this goes away. Do this right, my lord, and you remain in my favor. There are delights I can offer that you haven't even thought of." "And if I do it wrong?" Renly asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. "Lord Renly, we really don't need to think about that now, do we?" As he watched Littlefinger walk away, Renly saw Margaery laugh at something Jon Snow had said. He realized he was much closer to failure than success. When he noticed Jon smile and Margaery touch his shoulder, a surge of jealousy rose within him, not towards Jon, but towards Margaery, as he wished that hand to be his. "I dislike that man," Michael said once Littlefinger had left the room. "Everyone dislikes that man. Come, eat up. We have a long day ahead of us, and I'm feeling up for a ride." "That quiet place by the stream, my lord?" Michael asked eagerly. I think so." It took them another hour to get their horses ready. Finally, he, Michael, and his guards rode out, and soon Renly was grateful for the solitude. He was surprised that no one else came here, so lost were they in the keep and gardens that they missed the beauty and serenity of this place. They crossed the stream, and after leaving his guards outside, they entered the cave, heading for the dark pool at the back. He began undressing before he reached it, and Michael was even quicker. Within moments, they were submerged in the cool water, with Michael swimming towards him. As he felt Michael's lips on his and his hand on his chest, Renly couldn't help but think how nice it would be to stay here forever. In a cave forever. Highgarden, 295 AC. Margaery sat down to break her fast, laughing and joking with Jon, Loras, and the others. She thought this was by far her best name day. Not only was she excited about the feast later, where she would receive her presents and share a dance with Jon, but she also relished the idea of spending the entire day with him and her friends. Even though she didn't need to spend time with the prince and wasn't forced to because of his behavior, she still felt the pressure to act properly. So, while she and Jon had grown close, she maintained a respectful distance. Instead of fully indulging her time with her friends, she played the gracious hostess, fulfilling her duties. However, she quickly discovered that some of the guests were either dull or had their own hidden agendas. "Right, shall we go for our ride?" Jon asked. "Aye, that sounds like a fine idea," Loras replied, both boys looking at her expectantly. "You would have me ride dressed like this?" Margaery said with a smirk. Yes. On second thoughts, who thinks we should leave Margaery behind?" Jon joked, and she shot him a glower, especially when Joy raised her hand and giggled. "Very well then, since I'm not wanted," she said, pretending to be hurt. "Oh, please forgive us, my lady. Why, only a day as a knight and I'm already failing to protect the fair maiden. Whatever shall I do?" Jon said, and she giggled as she playfully slapped his shoulder, her hand lingering there. "I and the rest of these fair ladies will make ready. You boys can tend to the horses as penance for Jon's laxity," she said, eliciting giggles from the girls and frowns from the boys. Jon smirked at her, prompting her to stick her tongue out at him as they departed. Once outside, Margaery was pleased to see all the horses lined up. She, Sansa, Mira, her cousins, Arya, Lyanna, and Joy, along with Winifred and Willa, mounted their steeds, and the party set off. They wouldn't be riding too far, but the group was rather large, filled with laughter and excitement. Before long, the group began to break into smaller clusters. Ahead of her, Joy was trying to convince Arya and Lyanna to race her, while Cregan and Robb rode alongside Winifred and Willa. Loras was deep in conversation with Sansa, Mira, and her cousins, which left Margaery alone with Jon, who rode close to her. He was her true knight now, and the thought made her smile. She had been so happy for him, even during his darker moments. After he opened up about his struggles, she noticed he was more willing to celebrate. They had shared a few brief, cherished moments together that morning, wandering through her favorite parts of Highgarden's gardens. Now, as he brought his horse, Winter, even closer, she found herself wondering what special gift he had for her. "What?" she asked, catching him looking at her. "You're so pretty when you're thinking," Jon replied, and she raised an eyebrow, a lopsided smile forming on her face. "I'm not sure I like you putting limits on my prettiness," she teased, and he laughed heartily. "As if anyone could," he said, still chuckling. "So, have you gotten me a present?" she asked playfully. "A present? Why, my lady, is there some event coming up that would require me to do so?" he responded, his expression blank. "Jon. Margaery. Jon," she said again, and they both erupted into laughter. "Of course I got you a present, just Margaery," he admitted, leaving her curious about its contents. "May I ask what it might be, just Jon?" "You may ask, but I won't tell," he replied, and she giggled. The rest of the day was filled with laughter and fun. Jon captivated them all with the story of good Queen Alysanne, and Margaery found herself enchanted by his storytelling. Like the other girls, she almost swooned as he described the bond between Jaehaerys and Alysanne, her eyes searching for his throughout the tale and finding him looking back at her each time. She was almost unwilling to break the spell. As the time approached to return to Highgarden, Jon leaned in and whispered in Margaery's ear that she wouldn't receive her present if she left early. Reluctantly, she agreed to stay. "I look forward to our dance, just Margaery," he said later as they strolled toward her room. "As do I, just Jon," she replied. Glancing around and noticing they were alone, she leaned in to kiss him softly on the lips. The dress she had made was already laid out, and after taking a warm bath, she called for the maids. Her mother joined her to do her hair herself. Margaery felt a flutter of nerves as she made her way to the grand hall, where the king and queen stood in front of her, the prince positioned off to one side. Though she wouldn't be sitting with him, protocol required his presence, so she stood beside him but declined his offered arm. Taking her seat, she scanned the room until she spotted Jon. His hair was tied back, and for a moment, she wished to know what he used to achieve that look. But as she focused on his face and saw him smiling at her, her thoughts shifted away from his hair. The first course was her favorite, and she sent it down to her friends, knowing she could get away with it since it was her name day. "You look incredible, my dear," her father said, leaning in close. She turned to kiss his cheek. "Thank you, father." "This is wonderful," she replied, causing him to blush and fumble for words. She kissed his cheek once more, enjoying the moment. Before long, it was time for her presents. The king and queen gifted her a small but exquisite jewelry box, which she gratefully accepted. Her father presented her with a matching necklace and earring set, while her grandmother gifted her a beautifully illustrated book. Willis gave her a pair of prize hawks, and Garland and Leonette contributed an absolutely stunning tapestry. As the gifts piled up, her excitement grew for what her friends might give her, and it was Sansa who approached first. "Lady Margaery, I hope you like this and accept this gift from someone who is most happy to call you a friend," Sansa said warmly. "I thank you, Lady Sansa," Margaery replied, eagerly opening the package. Inside, the lace was so delicate that it was barely visible. Her friend had crafted a shawl adorned with golden and blue roses, the winter rose of the north. As she examined it, Margaery began to see a beautiful pattern. She thanked her friend once again and placed the shawl in her lap, out of sight. As she adjusted it for wearing, a radiant smile spread across her face. Somehow, the roses formed a garland, a crown of winter roses, with the golden ones leading up to it. Loras gifted her a silver comb and brush, both elegantly engraved with the golden rose. When she lifted them, she was surprised by how incredibly light they felt. As he returned to his seat, her gaze fell upon Jon, and her heart raced with anticipation as she noticed the box in his hand. "Lady Margaery, in honor of your name day, I hope you like it," Jon said, his words simple yet heartfelt, mindful of those around them. "I thank you, Sir Jon," she replied, smiling as she opened the box. Inside lay a stunning ivory pin with a green and blue gemstone at its center. It was undeniably beautiful, yet a hint of disappointment flickered in her heart. She looked at Jon, who was watching her intently, and sensing she was missing something, she carefully pinned it onto her dress. Jon smiled back at her as he made his way to his table. By the time the dancing began, she was relieved, though slightly annoyed that it had taken so long for her to finally dance with Jon. She had endured a dance with the prince, the first of the night, followed by a dance with Lord Renly, whose tiara seemed an odd gift choice in her opinion. His conversation had been more vexing than the tiara itself. But when Jon strode forward after their dance, a surge of happiness washed over her at the sight of the glare he directed at the Lord. "I do not like that man," Jon said as they danced. "I wonder why," she replied with a giggle, drawing his attention back to her. "Can we meet later?" "There's something I wish to discuss," he asked, his tone serious yet hopeful. He asked, and she nodded. "I'll send yours when it's clear." "Thank you for your gift," she said, smiling. "Do you like it?" "I do. It's simple," he finished. Though she didn't want to, she found herself agreeing. "I have so few things that belong to my family, even fewer that could be gifted. That pin is one of them. It belonged to Shirera Seastar, and she gifted it to the man she loved, Brynden Rivers. When I met my uncle at the wall, he gave me that along with some other things." She felt a wave of emotion, nearly on the verge of tears. Instead, she leaned her head on his shoulder and closed her eyes. He had been more thoughtful than ever, giving her something he could, or would, give to no one else. As the music played and she danced, her thoughts lingered on his gift, one that came from a place of love. In Highgarden, in the year 295 AC, Jon was a whirlwind of activity. Since the victory in the melee, he had rushed around as if time were slipping away from him. Over the next few days, he managed to fit in so much that he barely had a moment to catch his breath. He had spoken to Beric and Domeric Bolton, inviting both to Casterly Rock. He and Richard had gone over some plans, and Jon had tried to meet with as many people as possible. While Robert was a king who neglected his duties, Jon discovered to his dismay that duty left little room for anything else. He knew he needed to organize his time better. He and Jaime would have to sit down and discuss matters. He realized he had to delegate even more than he already had. On top of all this, guilt weighed heavily on him for not being there for his friends during the melee. Jaime, Oberyn, and even his uncle Ned had all told him he was being foolish about it. He understood their points, he really did, but that didn't lessen his feelings of guilt. It wasn't until Alerie pointed out what he risked that he began to grasp things a little better. But then, he found himself blindsided by something else entirely. He had been named a knight by a man he held no respect for and felt quite a bit of hatred toward. Kneeling before him had filled him with shame, and he wondered if he was now meant to wear his knighthood as a badge of that shame. But later that night, when Jaime knighted him, he explained. "Jon Snow doesn't exist. He's who you've been forced to be, and his knighthood means whatever you wish it to. Jaehaerys Targaryen is who you are. He is my king, and I knighted him because no man deserves it more than you." Embracing this truth, he welcomed the title. When people called him Sir, it was to Jaime he looked. He also recognized that being knighted by his father gave him a greater chance of having Tommen as his squire. But tonight, all that seemed forgotten. As always, his thoughts drifted to Margaery. His gift had been warmly received, but he sensed it had confused her, and he longed to discuss it. "You could at least pretend you wished to dance with me," he said. "I could also ask Arya to dance instead," she replied, shooting him a glare. "No, you promised me more than one dance. You're a knight now, and knights can't break promises to ladies," she insisted, sticking her tongue out at him. "You're a lady tonight, not a little bird," he teased. "I wasn't," she began, but he interrupted. "Sansa, I saw you. I know it's tempting, but you can't. More importantly, you shouldn't do it all the time." "I know, Jon. It's just, how do you not?" she asked, genuine curiosity lacing her voice. "I only do it when it needs to be done. I check in on Ghost every so often and keep the links attached, but I don't do it for fun. It's too dangerous." "Dangerous?" she asked, her worry evident. "Not with Ghost or Fawn. We're tied to them as they are to us. But with other animals, especially birds." "Why birds?" she pressed. "We can see things down here all the time, even though the wolves have better vision and smell, and our own senses are heightened when we're with them. We can understand it, but we can't fly, so," he said, allowing her to come to her own conclusion. "So when we do, we can get lost in it. So be careful." "I prefer my sister to a little bird," he chuckled. "I will," Sansa replied, kissing his cheek. Eventually, he found his chance to dance with Margaery. Seeing her where the pin made him yearn to tell her the truth about it, even though his mind had been racing all day with thoughts of another truth. She had seemed surprised by the story, and he realized she had initially been disappointed with the gift. Thankfully, once he explained, she welcomed it. The rest of the night passed in a blur, and all he could think about was meeting her later, imagining her presence and what he wished to say and do. Lying on his bed, he searched for his sister, finding her and Littlefinger sleeping in the cave. Both were happy to feel Tyrion's presence nearby. He didn't speak to Rhaenys, allowing her to rest. Instead, he got up and dressed in a red shirt and black outfit he hadn't worn in some time. Once ready, he left his room, sending Ghost and Jorah to Margaery while he and Walder walked outside the keep. "You are sure of this, Jon?" Walder asked. "I am." "You can do it?" "I can, if you're sure," Walder replied, and Jon nodded, easing the man's nerves. When Jorah and Margaery joined them, he leaned in and whispered in her ear. She looked him in the eye and nodded before stepping forward to kiss him. Holding her hand, they strolled through the gardens until they reached their destination. The three singers seemed to shine in the moonlight. Leaving Margaery with Jorah, he took his place, with Walder standing in front of him. "Who comes before the old gods this night?" Walder asked, keeping his voice low, though it echoed loudly in the quiet of the night. The night was quiet as Jon turned his head and glanced back a few feet to see Margaery and Jorah standing there. "Margaery of House Tyrell comes here to be wed, a woman grown, true-born and noble. She comes to beg the blessings of the gods." "Who comes to claim her?" Jorah asked. "Jaehaerys of House Targaryen, rightful king of the Undulls, Rhaegar, and the first men comes to claim his queen." "Who gives her?" he continued, surprised at how firm his voice sounded. "Ser Jorah of House White Wolf, Kingsguard to the rightful king and queen," Jorah replied as he and Margaery walked the final few steps to join them. "Lady Margaery, do you take this man?" Walder asked. "I take this man," she affirmed. "Jaehaerys Targaryen, do you take this woman?" "I take this woman," Jon said, taking her hand and leading her to the tree. "What the gods have joined in this sacred oath is true and forever. Let it be known that Jaehaerys and Margaery are one now and always," Walder proclaimed. Jon knelt down, with Margaery following suit, and bowed his head in prayer to the old gods. He prayed for his wife's happiness, for her safety, and vowed to love her always. As he stood back up, he looked into her eyes, saw her smile, and moved closer to kiss her, holding his wife in his arms and wishing he would never have to let her go. Chapter 86, Everybody Wants to Rule the World. Casterly Rock, 295 AC. Tyrion sat in his room, reflecting on the gathering. While he missed the presence of everyone, he found himself enjoying the solitude, especially when a letter from Dorne arrived. He had been almost too nervous to open it, postponing the moment until nightfall. The scent of her perfume lingered on the paper, bringing a smile to his face. When he finally opened the letter, relief and excitement washed over him as he read her words. He found himself rereading it almost every night since. My lion, I find my nights to be dull and lacking in entertainment. My bed feels far too large and far too empty. The quiet is so monotonous compared to the roars I once enjoyed. Were it not for my uncle's visit to the Reach, I would have been able to come and see if the memories I cherish can be relived or if they are merely dreams to look back on. I hope this letter finds you miserable and alone, pining for the princess you left behind, thinking of the delights we shared and will share once more. I have persuaded my father that a trip to Casterly Rock is in our best interests, that a second set of eyes on the lions is a wise decision. As I write this, I find my thoughts drifting to many places I wish to explore, sights I long to see, and pleasures I yearn to savor. I shall see you soon, but until then, I will think of you, especially when my hand inevitably begins the work your tongue is so much better suited for. Arie. Just the thought of the letter and the anticipation of her visit was enough to distract Tyrion once more. Given how Harry's was droning on, perhaps that distraction wasn't such a bad thing. When his uncle's good father finally departed, both Bronn and Satin took their seats, and as always, it was Bronn who broke the silence. If words were weapons, that man wouldn't stand a chance against Satin here, Bronn remarked, eliciting chuckles from Tyrion and an annoyed glare from his squire. I've been getting better, Satin retorted. Satin crossed his arms, looking affronted. I put a bow in your hand and we're doomed, but you wield a sword little better than you do a lance. Maybe you're just a terrible teacher, Satin replied with a smirk. I'm an excellent teacher, Bronn insisted. Who have you taught? Tyrion interjected, deciding to play along. I taught myself, and I'm still alive, am I not? Bronn shot back, and Tyrion had to admit he couldn't argue with that logic. He had developed an interesting rapport with the former Sellsword-turned-mummer assassin. It seemed Bronn had hopes and dreams for a future that didn't involve either of those roles. Given what he now knew, it might actually happen. Tyrion had been almost as surprised by Bronn's appearance in the cave as Bronn was by his presence there. I knew it. I knew there was something about the boy. He's a Targaryen, isn't he? He is. What do you intend to do with that information? Tyrion asked as Littlefinger moved forward. Thankfully, Rhaenys was still sleeping. He had some control over his own dragon. Do? I intend to do nothing. I'm not a fool. Though it does mean I've got a better chance of getting my castle now. Castle? Tyrion echoed, intrigued. A castle. A small price to pay to a worthwhile man, Bronn said, smirking. You think you're worthwhile? I think I can be. You've already discovered that, and I'm sure the boy will too in time. You do realize we could just kill you, Tyrion pointed out. But if that were who you were, I'd be dead already, Bronn replied, and Tyrion couldn't help but laugh at the man's sound logic. It had turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Bronn wasn't the only one eager to know what Tyrion did on his visits to the vaults. While he now knew he could count on Bronn, he wasn't sure it was wise for Satin to learn the truth without Jon and the others there to discuss it. Any word from Tourney, my lord? Satin asked. No, it should be over by now. They will no doubt be on their way home soon, Tyrion replied, noticing the boy's smile at the thought. Good, Satin said. But before he could settle back, Bronn jumped in with a teasing grin. What's wrong? You miss them that much? Is our company not good enough for you, or is it just that we don't smell like roses? Satin stood up angrily, but then composed himself, looking to Tyrion before leaving the room. Bronn sat back with a smirk, while Tyrion simply shook his head. What? The boy needs to learn, Bronn said casually. Learn what? Tyrion asked, still unsure if Bronn was right. He needs to be able to take a joke, especially over that, Bronn replied. You really think? Tyrion questioned, his doubt lingering. He and the Rose, though they don't fully know it yet. How do you know? Tyrion wondered how Bronn could see what he had missed. How do you think I knew about Jon or to follow you? There's a reason I've lived this long, and it's not just because I'm good with a sword. The rest of Tyrion's day was spent going over figures, and he was pleased to see the numbers improving. The ice trade in Essos was booming, already surpassing most of their other non-material trade, with wood still being the largest. Their gold production remained steady, silver was slightly up, and both their coin in the vaults and their accounts at the Iron Bank had never been higher. He had received a raven from the maester at Winterfell regarding a new use for the wind wheels that he hadn't considered before. While they had been used to pump water, the idea of pumping it around the keep was a fresh perspective. He had assigned Jardine to the task and noted that the new maester was quite different from Catelyn, though he still wasn't completely convinced about trusting maesters. My lord, a raven, he heard Satin say, prompting him to push the books aside. He eagerly took the raven from the boy and opened it. Tyrion noticed the golden lion seal. We are ready to depart and should arrive home within the moon, Jaime said. Jon won the duels again, but there are other matters we need to discuss. I look forward to our return. They're on their way back, Jon won, he replied, noticing the smile on Satin's face. He couldn't help but wonder, reflecting on Bronn's words, whether it was Jon's victory or Loras's return that made his squire happiest. Is there anything else you need, my lord? Satin asked. No, go rest. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, my lord. Good night, Satin, Tyrion said as the squire left. Gazing down at the books, he rubbed his brow and decided to call it a night himself. He walked to the kitchen, filling a small sack with fruit, cheese, and a slice of peach pie, then grabbed a bottle of wine before taking the lift down to the vaults. With Walder and Jors absent, the guards they had chosen weren't allowed into the vaults. As far as he knew, even with only Sarella staying there now, they adhered to that policy. He nodded at the two guards on duty as he walked through the door. Tyrion headed past the rooms and out onto the beach, walking down through the sand and into the caves. As he ventured further in, he found both dragons lounging comfortably, having clearly eaten. He placed his food on the ground and approached Rhaenys, her purple eyes turning to him as he neared. They're on their way back. My nephew won once again. We should see them soon, he said, reaching out to stroke Rhaenys, feeling her trill beneath his hand. He then walked over to Littlefinger and sat down. Grabbing his food, he began to eat, even sharing the pie with the dragon, who had a sweet tooth, while Rhaenys preferred meatier fare. Leaning against Littlefinger's back, he sipped his wine and began to share stories of his day, detailing what he had accomplished and the plans he was making. Soon, all three of them were wrapped up in their own little world. Jon found himself dreaming again, soaring through the air. It was King's Landing, 295 AC, under the rule of Jon Arryn. He relished the freedom that came from governing without the king or the royal family. If Lisa hadn't been there during that time, it might have been the happiest period of his life. He enacted laws, organized projects, and only had to attend one feast until Illyrio returned. Before that, he could simply be the hand, ruling effectively and witnessing the positive outcomes of his decisions without constantly chasing after Robert to clean up his messes. However, each night he returned to the Tower of the Hand brought its own set of challenges. Seeing Lysa with their son, how she coddled him and fussed over him, even scolding Jon for reprimanding the boy during one of his frequent temper tantrums, was as exhausting as dealing with Robert. More and more, he wished Lysa had gone to the damn tourney. He had even asked Peter to take her, only to be reminded that the Tullus were not invited. Had they not planned to gut the roses for coin, he might have been deeply offended by that. As it was, he was still incredibly angry. It was bad enough that his sister-in-law and brother had been all but banned from the Reach, but now his wife as well. It was too much to bear. Robert had explained that Lysa hadn't been specifically told not to attend, nor had Catelyn or Edmure, but the message was clear: none of them had received an official invitation, a snub he intended to repay when the opportunity arose. "My lord, a raven from his grace," Pycelle announced, handing him the scroll. Jon found it irritating to wait for the man to leave, as Pycelle's eagerness to gauge his reaction to the king's words was all too obvious. But wait he did. Once Pycelle exited the room, Jon opened the scroll, only to throw it down on the table in frustration. Of all the damnable things that little monster could do, pulling a knife on Gerion's daughter. As if they didn't have enough issues with the lions already. "Lord," his steward said, sticking his head through the door later that night. Do you remember where I put that list of prospective Kingsguard?" The man nodded and walked over to the shelf, pulling down a book before handing Jon the note. "Thank you. My head feels clouded this evening," Jon replied, and his steward nodded as he left. Fucking Boros Blunt, Jon thought as he scanned the names. In the end, he just put the list back on the shelf, poured himself a glass of wine, and quickly drained it, deciding to deal with it in the morning. As he walked into his rooms, he saw Lysa sitting with Robin asleep on her lap. His wife was softly singing to the boy, and while her voice was atrocious, it still made him smile to witness that sight. Compared to the others, he shuddered at the memory of her breastfeeding Robin while they broke their fast. Taking a seat, he began to drift off, only for Lysa to speak, forcing him to stay awake a little longer. "Have we heard any news from Peter?" she asked. "Not yet, my dear. We did receive a raven from the king about Prince Joffrey's behavior, but nothing from Peter. But he swore he'd write. Has he been harmed? Has something happened to him?" Lysa's voice rose enough to wake Robin. "Hush, hush now, my sweet boy," she murmured, and their son settled back to sleep. "I'm sure he's perfectly fine, Lysa. He is a very busy man, and perhaps his duties have kept him from writing," Jon said, and she nodded. "You keep him far too busy," she said, shaking her head. "Indeed," he replied, already tuning out the inevitable diatribe that was sure to follow. Whatever she said, he slept through it. He woke up stiff and uncomfortable early the next morning and broke his fast alone. In fact, he was already working in his solar before dawn broke. Illyrio's coin had been an incredible boon, both through taxes and loans, and aside from granting the man access to one or two markets and permitting him to purchase some buildings, he had asked for nothing. Robert had even invited him to join them at the tourney, but the man had reluctantly declined, saying he needed to return to Pentos to check on events, though he promised to try and come back when the king did. In fact, he had returned even earlier. Jon met him and treated him with the deference and respect that he had come to realize meant so much to Illyrio. As Jon read over his papers, he was surprised to see increased taxes coming from both Darry and the Valerians. While he welcomed the extra coin, the source of it was unexpected. Calling for his steward once again, he asked where the increased revenue from these houses was coming from. He was soon shocked to learn that both houses were involved in trade with the Lannisters and Manderleys. "House Valerian I can understand, they at least have ships. But Darry," he said, confused. "I believe Ser Raymond explained it when he was last here, my lord," the steward replied. "Explain it again," Jon requested, not recalling any details about Darry. "As Lord Raymond told Lord Baelish," his steward continued, and Jon breathed a sigh of relief, glad he hadn't forgotten something important again. Sir Willem befriended a man in Bravos and saved the man's life. While he was hiding the dragons, Jon added, shaking his head. Apparently so, my lord. The man turned out to be a traitor, and to repay a life debt to House Derry, he granted them access to some of his routes. Access that the Lannisters and Manderleys were quite happy to receive, I gather. As do I, given this coin. Very well. It's strange, though, there's nothing illegal about it, and more coin is always welcome. My lord, his steward said with a small bow as he left. In moments like this, Jon was grateful that Robert didn't pay attention to the affairs of the realm. If he had, there's no doubt he would be ranting and raving about dragon sympathizers. Keeping them in their rightful place was both good and proper, but going too far would not win their loyalty, even from their most devoted lords. Over the next few days, he was pleased to receive a raven from Peter, informing him that he had managed to smooth things over with the Tyrells, which made Lisa happy to discover that her friend wasn't ignoring them. However, it was the subsequent messages that nearly drove him to tear out his remaining hair. Of all the damn foolishness, why that boy? Of all the idiotic ideas he could have had, he shouted, brushing everything off his table in frustration. The glass shattered on the floor, the sound echoing in the room. My lord? Hugh, his squire, called as he rushed in. Get out now, he barked, and the young man quickly obeyed. He simmered in his anger for the rest of the day, refusing to see anyone. If it hadn't been for dinner that evening with Illyrio, he might not have spoken to anyone until morning. Reluctantly, he made his way to dine with the rotund magister, not eager to witness the man indulge in food, especially since he had no appetite of his own. That Robert had knighted that boy was bad enough. Given how he doted on Jon Snow, it was no surprise. But the betrothal of Myrcella to a Stark? What was his foster son thinking? Was he really that deluded? That stupid? He knew the answer to both questions was yes, but to give a princess to the savages in the north? It was bad enough that he wished to bring one to the Red Keep. By all accounts, Sansa had been, or was more like her mother than her aunt. The thought of another Lyanna Stark was unbearable. A princess who would soon be the queen of the realm would have no choice but to worship the true gods. A princess sent north could very well end up kneeling before a cursed tree, he thought bitterly. Ah, Lord Jon, it's good to see you, my friend, Illyrio greeted him as he walked into the room. Jon smiled tightly as he watched Illyrio lick the grease from his fingers. Illyrio, I'm afraid I have little appetite this evening, Jon said, shaking his head. You are troubled, Jon. I find that sharing worries with the right companion over a fine meal can be most comforting, Illyrio replied. Jon thought to himself, I bet you do, but he kept his thoughts to himself and forced another smile as he took his seat. He shook his head at the offered food but gladly accepted a glass of wine. Fucking lions and wolves, roses too, but mainly lions, he slurred later that night. The Lannisters are causing you distress, Jon? Illyrio asked, his curiosity piqued. Aye, they are, those fucking uppity lions. They think that because they have the gold, they make the rules. They don't, I make the rules, Jon declared, taking another gulp of wine. Indeed, I have had dealings with them in Essos. Quite a trading organization they have. Would it please you to see them troubled? Illyrio inquired. It would, my friend. It would please me indeed, Jon replied, a broad smile spreading across his face. Then perhaps I can help. I have contacts in the Golden Company. I've been known to use them from time to time. Maybe it's time the lions suffered some losses. Really? You could manage this? Jon exclaimed, spilling some wine in his excitement at the thought. Anything can be managed for the right incentive, Illyrio said, smiling. You'd find me most grateful, my friend. Most grateful to see the lions brought low. I'm sure we can find something that will allow you to show that gratitude, Jon, Illyrio replied. Jon nodded, smiling as he took another drink. He reached out to grab some meat from the plate, his appetite suddenly returning. In the distance, he spotted Norvos and wondered again if this was a good idea. He understood why Aegon wished it, especially after what had happened with Daenerys and the Hound, but he wasn't sure they should proceed. Aegon was torn. His king had been insistent, and he cursed Illyrio, as well as himself, for not destroying the letter. He wasn't even sure if they were still in the area, but if they were, surely Illyrio would have dealt with them by now. However, upon hearing that his aunt was in Norvos, Aegon was no longer in the mood to wait for anyone to bring her to him. Despite countless conversations with both himself and Septa Lemore, Aegon was convinced that he was meant to marry his aunt. Together, they would usher in a golden age of Targaryen rule. While the idea was appealing, Jon had his doubts about Daenerys being a suitable consort for Aegon. The stories he had heard painted her more as a savage than a princess. What if she does not wish to marry you, Aegon? Septa Lemore asked. Why wouldn't she want to marry me? I am to be king. We are the last of our line, it is what father would have wanted, Aegon replied, determination in his voice. Or he may not have wanted that. Your father was against incestuous marriages, Aegon. I believe that had he lived, he would have preferred you to marry into a great house for an alliance. Lady Margaery is of age, and the Tyrells control the Reach. Flowery fools who sat besieging a keep while my father fell. What use are they to me if they wouldn't fight when they were needed most, Jon? Aegon said, his anger evident. Jon couldn't help but agree with his king, but the numbers didn't lie. What about Arianne? Lemore asked, and Jon was grateful for her support. My uncle will support me upon my return. There's no need to wed my cousin, Aegon replied, and Jon couldn't help but smile at his king's sharp intellect. While that's true, Aegon, your aunt brings us nothing but her name, a name you already possess. You are the rightful heir. If they knew of you, houses throughout Westeros would be singing your name and toasting your return. They would? Aegon asked, a smile spreading across his face. Of course they would, Jon said, encouragingly. Kings may rule, but houses are fickle. They seek to rise, to gain power, and the easiest way to do that is through marriage alliances. With you and Princess Daenerys, you have two potential unions to offer, Jon urged, hoping to make Aegon see reason. No, Jon. I will marry my aunt, and that is final, Aegon replied angrily before storming out of the room. Later that night, as Aegon lay in bed, he sighed deeply. The girl had little to offer beyond the 3 dragon eggs she had stolen from Illyrio, which were only valuable for their coin. Thanks to Illyrio, they had plenty of coin, but what they truly needed was support from the great houses. They faced enough problems already without Aegon squandering himself on a girl who fancied herself a warrior. The Starks, Lannisters, and Baratheons would all be against them, and House Arryn too, making 4 of the 7 kingdoms they could potentially face. The Ironborn would act as they pleased, which left them with Dorne and the Loyalist houses. If they could also win over the Reach, then they might have a chance. But would the Reach offer their support without some reward? If they could create enough disruption, then with those numbers, they would stand a better chance. Yet Aegon seemed willing to throw all that away for a girl who wanted to play with swords. That alone proved he was his father's son, much more than the differences in the shading of his eyes or hair could prove otherwise. His fixation on an unsuitable girl revealed his true nature. While he may have failed his father, Jon vowed to ensure he wouldn't fail the son. He would do whatever it took, he promised himself as he fell asleep that night. Where is he? Jon asked Lemore angrily the next morning. He, Duck, and Halden went into town bright and early, she replied, seemingly unconcerned. And you didn't wake me? He asked, his face reddening from the effort of keeping his temper in check. For what reason? Young Griff wished to visit. The town brought his guard with him. What more could you have done? I could have refused him leave, he replied. Good luck with that, she said dismissively as she walked away. Grabbing his sword, he left quickly and began to search the city. Norvos was far too large, and he doubted he would find them at all. His worries were confirmed as the day passed without a single sign of them. As anxiety crept in, teetering on the edge of panic, he almost missed the conversation between a young girl and a scarred man. He was already passing by when he turned back. "What's that you say?" he asked the fisherman. "Who are you, and what business is it of yours?" the man replied suspiciously. "I'm just a traveler, my friend. The scarred man is someone I knew long ago." "You say he was here?" He flashed his friendliest smile. "I do, and that's all I'm saying," the man replied. Jon reached into his tunic, pulling out some coins and quickly finding one with the 3 bells of Norvos on the front. "How about now?" he asked, showing the man the coin, which the man eyed greedily. He and the girl took the witch's ship. "I heard them say they were headed to Volantis," the man said as Jon handed him the coin. "The witch?" Jon asked. "Caith of the Shadow. Evil woman. She put a spell on a friend of mine, turned him into a fish, then fried him up and ate him," one of the other men chimed in. "And you're sure it was Volantis?" Jon inquired, contemplating what to do with this information. "I am. Though why you and a green boy want to know about her is beyond me. The girl didn't even have any teats." "Girl? Green boy?" Jon asked, confused. "A while ago, a blue-haired boy asked me about her, and I told him. Made more coin today with the tale than I did from fishing all week," the man said, laughing. After learning that Aegon and the others had been there earlier and had gone to the Red Temple, Jon headed there himself, only to find he was barred from entry, just as they had been. As he turned back, he made his way to the ship, nearly there when a woman dressed in red stepped out from the shadows. "A black dragon is no dragon at all. You know the truth. Deep down, you know the truth," she said. But just as he approached her, she vanished, leaving Jon to shake off the strange encounter as he reached the ship. He felt a wave of relief upon finding Aegon there, especially seeing him in such high spirits, though Aegon was less thrilled about their impending journey to Volantis. Still, Jon thought he might manage to send a message to Illyrio once they passed through their drop point in Goyandro. So, he played along with Aegon's happiness, enjoyed his dinner, and tried not to shudder during Aegon's harp lesson. The sounds produced were hardly what anyone would call music. That night, as he lay in bed, Jon formulated his plans and hoped that when he finally saw his Silver Prince again, Aegon would forgive him for what he was about to do. Aegon must become king, and for that, he needed a bride who would bring something of value, someone worthy. Jon was determined not to let Aegon repeat his father's mistakes, and Daenerys was starting to sound far too much like Lyanna Stark for his comfort. "Forgive me, my prince," he murmured, contemplating how they would deal with Rhaegar's sister without Aegon ever knowing. He hoped Illyrio would take care of it, so he wouldn't have to get his hands dirty. That night, his dreams were filled with visions of his Silver Prince, the music he played, the song he sang at the feast, and the sight of him dancing with the girl who had cost him everything. "My son is the true dragon. Protect him. Protect him. Protect them from the black dragon, Jon," Rhaegar's voice echoed in his mind. Then Lyanna appeared, looking at him intently. "Protect our son," he thought he heard her say, but he was sure he must be mistaken. When he arrived at Pike, Theon felt a wave of nerves wash over him. Accompanied by Dagmar and the others, he did his best to conceal his apprehension as they approached the keep. He noticed the men glancing at him as they entered the great keep, hearing their whispers and the weight of their expectations. The whispers filled the air as Theon strolled through the great hall. There, sitting on the seastone chair, was a man he hadn't seen in nearly 6 years. Beside his father stood 2 of his uncles, Victarion and Aeron, the Lord Captain and the Damp Hair, both looking surprised yet pleased to see him. His father, however, was a different story. His face was set in a scowl, and he glared at Theon with an intensity that almost made him wet his pants. "How did you get here, boy?" his father asked, his voice firm and laced with anger. "I escaped," Theon replied, a bit shakily. "Escaped? 6 years it took you, and we are bound by our word, which you've now broken." His father's tone was unforgiving. "Word given to Greenlanders is not fit for purpose," Theon said, echoing something he had heard one of the men on Dagmar's ship say. "Aye, the lad speaks the truth, Balon," Uncle Victorian chimed in. "How did you escape, boy?" his father asked, ignoring his brother's comment entirely. Theon recounted the same story he had told Dagmar, how he had stolen a horse, some coin, and clothes, how he had taken a boat from a man and paid the iron price, how he had sailed down the coast until he reached Seagard, where he found Dagmar and made his way to Pike aboard the Foam Drinker. "And where is the boat you stole?" his father demanded. "I broke it up for driftwood so I wouldn't be found and gave it back to the sea," Theon replied, finally catching a glimpse of a smile on his father's face. "You have paid the iron price and come back home. I welcome you, my son. What is dead may never die." "What is dead may never die," the men in the hall echoed loudly, and Theon joined in. He felt a pat on his back from his uncles as he sat with his father that night at the feast, relishing the company of his kin. For the first time in years, he slept in his own rooms, no longer a thrall. Eventually, he would have to face his uncle Euron, who, in Theon's opinion, was just as mad as ever. It would be moons before he met his sister, Asha, who was not far from his thoughts. The same girl he remembered. "You messed up," she said, trying not to scream as he glanced at the severed finger on the ground. "You've had more experience than I have," he replied, draining his ale. Aeron reached over with the burned blade and placed it on the stump where his finger had been. Theon nearly passed out from the smell of burnt flesh. "Aye, and not just in finger dancing, little brother. But when you wrap that hand around your cock later, it'll feel as if someone else is doing it for you," she said, laughing as he fought back tears from the pain. "It won't be my hand around my cock, sister," he responded, and she laughed loudly, joining in with him. Over the next few moons, Theon began to enjoy being Ironborn once again. He found his sea legs, took a trip around the islands with Asha on the Black Wind, and rekindled his relationship with her. He learned more about his uncles, and Asha warned him even more about Euron, telling him that the man's madness was becoming a problem. "Be wary of the crow's eye, brother. You are father's heir, and he is ever resentful," she said drunkenly one night. Theon nodded, just as one of her thralls, a girl he had his eye on, took Asha to her bed. When the letter from the crown demanding his return arrived, he laughed along with everyone else when his father shouted out his response. "If he wants my boy, he can pay the iron price to take him back, just like Theon did to get here," Balon declared, prompting loud cheers. In that moment, Theon had never felt so worthy. A few days later, he was presented with his own ship, with Asha standing beside him as their father unveiled the new longship. He had hoped to name it the Sea Maid, but Asha joked that it was more of a bitch than a maid, so he named her the Sea Bitch instead. His crew consisted of men he felt he could trust, Marin Bodley and his boys, Jaren Harlaw, and thanks to his uncle Rymolf Stormdrunk, they had a capable helmsman. "I've given. You have a ship, and you've gathered a crew. Now go and prove me right," his father urged. "Reeve and reeve well, boy, for the time when we show the Greenlanders who the true God is will soon be upon us. What is dead may never die, but rises again harder and stronger," Theon replied, nodding at his father as he walked up the gangplank of the ship. As the ship set sail, he stood at the bow, gazing out at the horizon. He had instructed the men to head for the stony shore, knowing there were a few small villages that would be easy pickings, just enough to give the crew a taste of what was to come. But Theon had bigger plans in mind, juicier targets that would yield true rewards. All he needed was time to reach them. His uncle had tried to capture the pinnacle ships, but at sea, that had proven too difficult, even for the Lord Captain. Theon, however, knew where they had the best chance to strike. He thought about how Ned Stark would react if he knew his youngest daughter was now thrall to Theon Greyjoy. That would be the supreme irony, he mused, especially thinking of Bear Island. Meanwhile, in Volantis, 295 AC, the Hound observed his surroundings. Fire consumed everything, fire on the walls, fire in braziers. These people worshipped it, stared into it, and prayed to it as if it held all the answers. It took everything he had just to stand beside the princess while she looked into the flames. Even witnessing the visions wasn't enough to make him want to be in those rooms. Yet each day he entered, and each day they waited. The timing never seemed right, and it wasn't just Dany who was frustrated. But the food was good, the wine plentiful, and he slept in a warm, comfortable bed. Aside from having to endure the incessant complaints of Shirera Seastar, a ridiculous name, if he ever heard one, things were relatively good. He and Dany sparred daily, even practicing with the fighting priests they had at their disposal. Dany often outperformed him once the flames came into play. You need to overcome your fear, Shirera said from behind him as he watched the princess spin away from the man with the spear. Easy for you to say. Have you ever been kissed by fire? No, I didn't think so, he replied grumpily. She shouldn't have said that, Shirera said sympathetically. No, she shouldn't. Stupid, foolish woman, he grumbled, thinking of the Red Priestess who was lucky he hadn't gutted her on the spot. Sandor, Shirera chided him, and he couldn't help but chuckle. You really think I'll stop cursing just because you asked me to? He asked. You have with the princess, she replied with a smirk. He shot her a glare before turning back to watch as Dany knocked the spear from the man's hand. While she hadn't come close to beating any of the fiery hand yet, she was faring better against some of the men in training who aspired to join them one day. The princess practically skipped toward them, a smug smile on her face, clearly proud that they had witnessed her victory. I told you I could beat him, Dany said happily. And you did, he acknowledged, just as Shirera spoke up, drawing the princess's annoyance. Come, we have lessons, princess. I'm not in the mood, Dany replied. Daenerys, you promised. I let you spar, and then you said you'd take your lesson seriously, Shirera reminded her, glancing between him and Dany. But you said I could spar with Sandor, and we haven't yet, Dany protested. Shirera nodded reluctantly. Fine, 1 more hour, and then you come, Dany. No more delays. I promise, Aunt, Dany said, and he waited until he was sure Shirera was out of earshot. Her hearing was far too keen for his liking. You liar, he said, picking up his sword. I didn't lie, she replied with a smirk. You did. Sandor, she mimicked Shira's voice, and he couldn't help but laugh loudly. Come on, let's spar. And then in an hour, I'll drag you to her, he said, smirking at the pout on her face. In the end, he didn't have to. After a few minutes of sparring, he could tell that, despite herself, her heart wasn't in it. Dany was just using the training as an excuse to annoy Shirera. It was something they both did on occasion, more to alleviate the boredom that could sometimes set in than out of any malice toward the woman. He knew she loved the lessons Shirera taught her, the stories of her family. Aside from when Kinvara spoke of her nephew, it was Dany's favorite time in this place. Later that night, he found her standing on one of the balconies, gazing out at the city. As he approached, he heard her sigh. What? He asked when he reached her. This is boring, she replied. Then stop standing here, he chuckled. Not the standing, the waiting. We must wait until the moon is right. What the hell does that mean? The moon looks right to me. She exclaimed, shaking her head. Do you want to see your dragons? He asked, reaching out to turn her to face him. You know I do, she said eagerly. Then we wait, and then we leave, he said, and she smirked. My nephew, do you think he'll be like Viserys? she asked softly. If he is, then you'll handle him, won't you? He replied, and she laughed. We'll handle him. We will, he said, walking with her to her room. As he made his way down the corridor, he checked behind him to ensure he wasn't being followed. When he reached the door, he opened it as quietly as he could, closing it behind him before moving to the bed. How is she? Sherera asked. Bored. She wants to go. We will be soon. Now come to bed, she said, looking at him as she moved the sheet aside, revealing some but not all of her body. He undressed and slipped in beside her, flinching as he always did when she reached out and gently touched his face. Closing his eyes, he felt her lips on his and her hand sliding down his chest. When she touched him, he felt overwhelmed. Her fingers were soft and graceful, yet she was fully in control, just as she had been since the first time she welcomed him into her bed. Sandor soon discovered what heaven must feel like. The next morning, he quickly dressed and kissed her as he left. He was under no illusions that they shared anything more than a physical connection, yet he welcomed it. He cherished the way she looked at him, how she touched him, and simply watching her sleep was a gift he was grateful for. Meanwhile, in Riverrun in 295 AC, Catelyn received a raven from Lisa and couldn't believe its contents. They had knighted him. The bastard had received a knighthood from the king, no less. She was incredulous. Why? How? She needed to speak to Peter and hoped he would visit soon, though she held little hope for that. He had come to Riverrun since her return, but only once, and even then, it was just briefly. Trying to ignore the raven, she went about her daily chores, embracing the routine she had come to enjoy. While she had less power here by right than she did as Lady of Winterfell, she quickly realized that in practice, she had far more influence. Edmure was her brother, and she loved him deeply, but it had become clear over time that he was not suited to be lord, and he had no real interest in the responsibilities that came with it. He preferred the trappings of power, leaving her to manage the keep, and, by extension, the Riverlands. She started by addressing their finances. Vyman had been removed from his position and was now serving simply as a maester. Edmure had initially told her she was overstepping, but when she pointed out their dire coin situation, he suddenly agreed with her decisions and allowed her to take charge of the matter. Otherides was reinstated in his position even more firmly now, and together, they had reduced expenses and begun to recover some of the lost funds. In just a little over a few moons, Catelyn had managed to stop the financial rot. With a small increase in taxes, something the lords had initially disagreed with but ultimately accepted, she felt confident that within a year, they would be in a position to save rather than lose coin. My lady, Otherides is outside, Pearl announced. Catelyn nodded, signaling for the girl to let him in. Otherides, were we scheduled to meet? She asked, surprised to see him before lunch. No, my lady, he replied, glancing around to ensure they were alone. I wish to bring something to your attention. Please, sit, she said, gesturing for him to take a seat facing her. My lady, this is a most delicate matter. It has come to my attention that Maester Vyman has been visiting houses of ill repute, the steward said, his voice low. Catelyn's eyes widened in shock. But maesters swear a vow of chastity, do they not? She exclaimed. Indeed, my lady, he confirmed with a nod. But it makes me wonder if we need to examine the books more closely, and perhaps even the maester's budget itself. You think he might be stealing from us? She asked, her voice sharp. I hope I'm wrong, my lady, but it may be wise to purchase his supplies ourselves for now. Very well. Should you find out more, come to me, she instructed. Otherides nodded and moved toward the door. Otherides, let us keep this to ourselves for now. It took them a week to uncover the truth, during which two significant events occurred. She received a letter from Peter, informing her that he would be arriving soon with news of great importance that he preferred to discuss in person. Meanwhile, Maester Vyman had vanished. Catelyn sent men to locate him, but he had disappeared completely, taking all of his belongings with him. Thankfully, they managed to send a raven to the citadel to request a new maester, even if for a while, that would be the only raven they could send. At least Otherides was able to handle the ravens. Catelyn prepared for Peter's arrival by dressing in her finest attire. She tied her hair back, revealing her neck, and a small part of her felt foolish for making such an effort. "Cat, you look beautiful," Peter said, kissing her hand and then her cheek. "Thank you, Peter. Edmure is off hawking, so I'm afraid it's just me." "Then I shall consider myself most fortunate indeed," he replied with a smile. She returned his smile as she led him into the keep. They had a private lunch prepared, and Catelyn was eager to hear the news, not wanting to wait any longer than necessary. When Peter informed her that Ned and the children had attended the tourney, she felt tears welling up. But when he mentioned that Lady Jonelle had accompanied him, she couldn't help herself. She had to ask the question she dreaded. "Ned was with Lady Jonelle?" she asked, her breath coming in short gasps. "They were together, Cat." "I did not see anything untoward," Peter said, and she felt her breathing begin to steady. "Though I must admit, I wasn't around them at all times," he added a moment later, and she reached for her glass, nodding. "What about the children?" she asked, trying to push thoughts of her husband aside. "They looked well, Cat. Young Sansa is the very picture of you at that age, and Robb is such a fine young man," Peter said, and she smiled at that, glad to hear her children were living up to her principles. "And Arya? Bran? Young Arya is quite a..." He hesitated. "Peter? I'm sorry, Cat, forgive me, but she seems quite a handful. She spent most of her time with the youngest Mormont daughter, and she was partly responsible for the incident with Prince Joffrey," he said, and she could see it pained him to share this news. "How?" she asked, horrified. She and the Mormont girl were playing with the wolves while Prince Joffrey was escorting Lady Margaery through the gardens, Peter explained, and she felt her anger begin to rise. "Rise, Margaery?" Catelyn felt a surge of frustration. It was supposed to be Sansa, not Margaery. She knew they would ruin this, she just knew it. "Not Sansa?" she asked, looking at Peter. "The prince was merely being polite, Cat, that N. Peter, please?" she pleaded. "I believe Lady Sansa was spending her time with Jon Snow, Cat," Peter said, and she felt a rush of anger. She barely heard the rest of the story, something about wolves and Joffrey standing up to protect Lady Margaery from them. It was when Peter spoke about the other bastard and the things she said to the prince that Catelyn rose to her feet. "This girl, this is the bastard from Casterly Rock, Joy Hill?" she spat. "It is, Cat," Peter replied, standing up and walking over to her. He reached out and took her hand in his. "After that, things happened too quickly for me to control. By the time it was done, a duel was being held. Prince Joffrey had been made to look both at fault and a fool, and when it came time for the king's meeting with Ned. Cat, I tried, but Ned was insistent. Peter, no. Please, tell me what happened?" she asked, her eyes filling with tears as she sensed what he was about to say. "Ned refused the betrothal, Cat. Prince Joffrey is to be sent to ward in Dragonstone, and Sansa and he are not to be betrothed," he said. She was grateful when his arms wrapped around her. She felt herself cry against his shoulder, the tears falling, and only his comforting hand on her back stopped her from running from the room. When she eventually calmed down, he looked her in the eye, and she realized just how close they were standing together, and how it would look if someone were to enter the room. She moved away, but only a small distance, still close enough to touch. "I did speak to the king, though, Cat. And while I couldn't fix things with Joffrey and Sansa, I did offer a solution, one which the king took full advantage of." "A solution?" she asked, hope flickering in her voice. "Brandon, he and Princess Myrcella are to be wed, Cat," Peter said. Catelyn shook her head, searching his face, and his smile confirmed his words. "They are?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. He nodded, and the hug and kiss she gave him on the cheek were filled with a joy she hadn't expected just moments ago. "Thank you, Peter. It's not Sansa, but a princess for Bran." "Oh, thank you. You never need to thank me, Cat. You know that," he replied, brushing a stray hair from her face. "You are a true friend, Peter." "My truest," she said, and this time she kissed his lips before quickly stepping back. "Forgive me, she murmured as she hurried out of the room. The rest of the day, Catelyn struggled to come to terms with the fact that Bran was to marry a princess. While it filled her with joy, it also felt wrong. It was supposed to be Sansa, she was meant to be queen. Replaying the events in her mind, she tried to push those thoughts aside, but they clung to her like shadows. Ned had refused the betrothal. Sansa was spending time with the bastard instead of the prince. The other bastard was spreading lies to tarnish the prince's reputation. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't ignore the pattern forming before her. It all led back to the bastard, but she couldn't discern his ultimate goal. Bran marrying a princess meant that, should anything happen to Robb, her other son would inherit Winterfell. That night, clarity began to dawn on her. The knighthood, this was all about the knighthood. He had tricked the king into knighting him, gaining his father's favor. Bran would be his squire, and the king would welcome it. Once he had her boy in his grasp, accidents could easily occur. Overwhelmed with worry, she nearly ran to Peter's room and felt a wave of relief wash over her when he opened the door and allowed her inside. "He means to kill Bran," she said loudly. "Who does?" "Jon Snow. He means for Bran to be his squire. You must help me, Peter. It cannot happen. You must speak to the king," she insisted. He nodded, looking her in the eye as she stepped further into the room. "I can arrange it." "Would it work if it were your uncle?" he asked. Had she been more attentive, she might have noticed both his smirk and that they were standing by his bed. The Vale. He'd be safe there, with Brynden and with Lisa. "You will help me, won't you, Peter?" "Of course, Cat. You can always count on me," he replied. She allowed him to put his arm around her shoulder as they sat down on the bed. Volantis, 295 AC, Dany found herself torn. In many ways, she had enjoyed her time with the Red Priests, and even more so with her aunt. Although Shira's relation to her was so distant that she couldn't quite grasp it, she still felt a connection. Yet, it was also incredibly frustrating. She had come seeking help to hatch the dragon eggs she spent every night curled up within bed. She spoke to them and sometimes felt as if she could hear a voice responding. She could certainly feel the life inside them moving. But for the moon she had been there, not once had anyone told her how to hatch them. Apart from her visions and the knowledge that she lacked the necessary items, she hadn't even attempted it. Instead, her days were filled with reading, studying, and training. While she had learned a great deal, she still felt like she was wasting time. Shira had shared stories of her family, recounting her time with them in Westeros, tales of Bloodraven and Igor Rivers, of Daemon and Daeron. Yet, it was her aunt's stories about who her nephew would be that captivated her the most, along with Kinvara's own tales of him. "When our family arrived on the shores of Westeros, it was fleeing from an event that 300 years later, people still speak of," Shira said. "The Doom?" Dany asked, intrigued. "Doom, but why did Daenerys dream of that? What other dreams did she have?" "I don't know," she replied, glancing at her aunt. "Aegon conquered, and our family sat on the throne. For 3 centuries, we've faced plots against us, conspiracies. We've been murdered, betrayed, and yet we should not have survived. But here we are today. I live, you live, Aemon Targaryen rests at a wall of ice, and our nephew lives. Is he really what the Red Priests say? Is he Azor Ahai? Dany asked, noticing her aunt's smile. He is the prince that was promised, this I know. What other names they call him, I do not. But he is the hero eternal, the one who will bring the dawn, and our role is to help him do so. With Kinvara, it was much more vague. She only mentioned that he was in Westeros, that he had already begun planning to reclaim their throne and was working in the shadows until the time was right to reveal himself. It was who he was that fascinated Dany the most, Rhaegar's son with Lyanna Stark. Prince Rhaegar felt the psalm deep within himself. He and Lyanna Stark shared a love so true, so pure, that the world could only withstand it briefly. Thus, it was always doomed to end in tragedy, Kinvara explained. What happened? Viserys would tell me that the wolf girl led our brother astray, that she was the reason our father and mother died and why we were forced to run and hide, Dany said, now realizing that this was yet another one of Viserys' lies. All tales have truth in them, princess, and even that one can seem to hold some validity, but only to a blind man. Your brother was always destined to fall, Lyanna was always destined to fall. Magic that strong, the magic used to bring the prince to life, has a terrible cost, but one that needed to be paid, Kinvara said, her voice remaining calm. So my family had to fall so my nephew could be born, Dany murmured. Bitterly replied, no, your brother and his wife did. The rest was down to the greed of men. Kinvara nodded. His wife? But I thought. Dany's confusion was evident. Your family had taken 2 wives before, had they not? Though in this case, it was different. Rhaegar and Lyanna loved each other truly, while Elia loved another. Papers were signed, ceremonies were held, but they matter not, as the seed had taken root and the prince was born. What happened to him? Where was he raised? How was he not found? Where is he? Dany's voice grew more eager with each question. In time, we can speak on that. He is safe, he is protected, and soon he will be ready. As soon shall we, Kinvara replied. Once again, another lesson concluded, leaving Dany with far more questions than answers. Over time, the priestess had shared little bits more. The Sword of the Morning lived and guarded her nephew's back just as he had her brother's. Kinvara had told her that when she was in Bravos, Ser Arthur had kept assassins from her door. She reflected that had her path been different, she would have gone with him. Initially, Dany felt a pang of sadness, but then she found solace in realizing that, despite it all, she liked the life she led. While she was bathing, an acolyte entered her room, helping her dress and informing her that Kinvara had sent for her. Dany found both Sherera and Sandor with the Red Priestess when the acolyte brought her to them. Something about the room felt off, as if an energy hung in the air. When she glanced at Sherera, she noticed her eyes seemed even more vivid, the colors more vibrant. It is time, princess. Tonight, we will see the birth of dragons, Kinvara said, and Dany felt her heart race. What do I need to do? She asked excitedly. Fetch your eggs and make ready. The ceremony will begin when the sun sets, Kinvara instructed before walking away. Are you sure about this, princess? Sandor asked. Dany nodded, feeling the warmth of her loyal protector's concern for her safety. It made her feel loved. She walked over and hugged Sandor tightly, laughing at his reaction. Get off me, you fool, Sandor said, and even Sherera chuckled at his words. Once she gathered her dragon eggs and brought them to the large garden at the center of the Red Temple, she could feel the heat radiating from them, they practically vibrated in her hands. Following Kinvara's instructions, she laid them down among the stones and glanced at the small jar of green liquid the priestess held. It contained no more than half a wine glass full. R'hllor has called us here to bear witness to the birth of the dragons, to see the prince's kin awaken them from stone, Kinvara said, using what Sandor always referred to as her preachy voice. A red priest then handed Dany a small knife, and Kinvara directed her to the pyre where the stones rested. Dany walked over and positioned herself above the eggs. She cut her hand, watching as her blood dripped onto them. To her surprise, Rhaegar stepped forward, took the knife, and followed suit, allowing her own blood to fall on the eggs. When Rhaegar finished, Kinvara called her over and handed her the jar, pointing toward the pyre. Dany did as instructed, emptying the contents of the jar over the pyre and the eggs. She then walked back to Kinvara, who summoned a red priest forward. The man held a bow and arrow in his hands. He handed both to Dany, and she watched as Kinvara moved her fingers in a circle. Dany, like the others, looked on in amazement as a ball of flame appeared in the priestess's hand. "The flame is lit, princess," Kinvara said, a beaming smile on her face. Taking the arrow, Dany dipped its head into the flame and turned to line up her shot. She fired it into the pyre, and then, along with Rhaegar, Sandor, and the others, she had to shield her eyes against the explosion of green. Dany opened her eyes to find the pyre ablaze, but something about the heat felt wrong. The green flames flickered unnaturally as she stared at them. "When the moon is at its highest, the dragons will be born," Kinvara said. Dany nodded, feeling as if an eternity passed before she finally sensed it. The flames, which she now recognized as wildfire, roared higher than ever. But they were calling for her, they needed her. Without a second thought, she stepped toward the fire. She didn't hear Sandor's screams as she entered the flames. She was oblivious to his footsteps behind her or the sound of him being forced to the ground. There was no heat, no warmth, just the crackling of the eggs and the dripping blood from her hand. As morning broke, the fire had died down. She sat on the ground, naked, her hair and eyebrows burned away. But on her shoulders, curling around her breast, they moved. Her sons, her children, her dragons. A smile spread across her face as the Black One crawled up to meet her gaze. She swore she heard him speak. "Mother."